Good morning, everybody. How are we doing out there? It is great to see you all on this fine Monday. Playing a little bit of Dune ahead of everything. So we've got some exciting stuff to cover today. We've got, got a few things to look at ahead of tomorrow's patch, and we can talk a little bit about that. Today won't be as long a stream as normal because at around 4:30 to 5 p.m. my time, I need to go for a call with the developers of Dune, which is unfortunately under NDA, so I cannot share with you guys at this point. But there is movement, and ahead of tomorrow, I'm actually really excited. It's a good way to break from the Ashes of Creation news over the weekend, which we will talk about today, but won't be the focus. So I will be starting in 30 seconds. Bear with me just one moment. You know what? You're right. I am indeed muted. Good job. That's yeah, fine. I'll start again then. Which is impressive, given that I was able to speak to you guys a minute ago. I don't know how it managed to mute itself. That's very odd. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, was it? Good morning, Luther. Good morning to Vector Sync, Chorus, Charon, Lord Kev, Numbers Bob. Good morning, all of you. How are you doing? Good morning to Chorus. Good morning to Charon. Good morning to Lukewarm, Old Man Tony, Elklaw, James Brown, Lamina, Foolish Sasquatch, Great Goddess Freya. Good morning to all of you. Tibbard Snow, thank you very much for that 6-month resub, buddy. You are awesome. Absolute legend. It's great to see you today. Enjoy your toast icon. Amazing. Half a year. Very much appreciate it, Tibbard Snow. Hope you're doing good today. Good morning as well to Alpha. Good morning, Orbital Rock. Good morning to Demnar, Warner. Good morning to Indie Rats. I hope you are all doing well. No, Old Man Kronos is having a break today. His knees hurt. Very important that he takes a rest. Gee, isn't it 3 a.m. for you? 4 a.m. Yeah, okay. G's sleep schedule is gone. Good morning, Miss Kimmy. Good morning, Dream Diva. Good morning to JDLN Fire. Good morning to Illusions Dragon. Hades Gamma, thank you very much for your resub, buddy. 7 months. 7 months. Absolutely awesome of you. Thank you very, very much, Hades. You're a legend. I really appreciate you. Dahlia Nitz, good morning. Valencia, how are you doing? Feedmaster, hello. Cherry, good morning. It's great to see so many of you. I'm glad that you guys are all here and so excited for Dune. Good morning, Walmari. Hello. Good morning, Primal Shield. Good morning to Life According to Bird. Good morning to all of you. I'm going to keep going through these until we get to the bottom. We're not even fully caught up yet. So, this is going. Good morning, Vinphil. Good morning, Fiora the Blinder. Good morning to, I think I'm starting to run out. It's Ferry Bree. Good morning. Good morning, Aline. Hello to Vector Sync. Good morning / good evening, Finn Bastard. I hope that you guys are all doing well. I have caught up with everyone's name in the list. Thank you all very much for being here. No, this is not it for the end of the stream. We're going to move on. We're going to get started. As you can see, we've logged into the game and we've been hit with this nice new interface for patch notes. Character transfers. You can now transfer your character, inventory, backed up bases, and vehicles, and banned contents, including your salary to a new siege and world. You can start the transfer process via the server browser or the in-game system menu. Make sure that you back up your bases using the base reconstruction tool. Also, remember that you can store up to 3 bases in that tool. Similarly, back up your vehicles with a vehicle backup tool. Make sure to store any other valuables in your inventory and bank, as their contents will be transferred along with your character. Finally, ensure that your character is in Haga Basin before initiating the transfer. You won't be able to start the process if your character isn't on this map. They've made it really easy right up the front to get started and get stuck into the server transfer system, which is really, really nice. Oh, if there's a hype, to be fair, yeah, if there is a hype train, I will do it again. It's only Fridays when I'm with the others that I don't read out all the names, because it would be a bit unfair to all of their streams as well. But yeah, that's a whole thing. That's definitely a whole thing. So this has been working really well. So some of you know that we've been aware of this server transfer system for a good couple of months, and they've been working on it, and it's been long awaited since probably about November. I'm really glad they've taken the time for this to be working properly and smoothly without problems, because obviously you're talking about potentially deleting all of somebody's information. So these are actually now live. These are live already. Tomorrow's update is the big one. If you've not been on for a long time, don't log in until tomorrow's update, because you will also get a returning to the game pack, effectively. If you've not been logged in for 28 days beforehand, you'll likely get a return to the game pack after tomorrow's patch. Someone didn't charge their phone last night. It's me, I'm someone. Wheesh. Okay, so let me just do this, because I'm not actually sure what you guys are seeing. Okay, you're only seeing the center of my screen. I think last night I just got into bed and passed out. That's pretty much what happened. If you guys want to see what I see, I'm going to show you this, because I can do this now with the cat cam. I can make that a wider shot as well. Let's do that. Cat cam. It's quite a wide view. So I get a bit more view than you guys do, generally. But the best time for doing this is when I have this. Because look at how much view I get with this. Why would you play Dune any other way? A little bit slow to get started on this, but see what I mean? It's kind of ridiculous. It's too little screen space for you. I can see that, yeah. You have a friend that has a monitor like that, and if he's playing Battlefield 6, he can turn to the right and it auto zooms the distances with like a built-in scope. That's very cool. Oh man, I've really missed flying in this game. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, just where is my sound? You know, it helps having sound, right? Good morning, Roybell over there on YouTube. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Oh, that's why. There we go. Now I can hear it again. How are you doing, G? You are in the land of the Americas. As you might see, our base has somewhat changed shape. I think Luther's in the middle of rearranging stuff, to be honest with you. Not didn't need that paint anyway on the nose. Oh, we're all done, are we, Luther? Oh, okay, sweet. That's good to know. So this is our new base. I don't remember the layout of the new base. So that's a whole thing. You've eaten so much you're basically rolling now. That's pretty much true of any trip that you seem to do when you go abroad. So look, these are all renamed appropriately. Food, vehicle storage, Demnar's Problem Now. I love Demnar's Problem Now. That's probably one of my favorite chests. Hotel West Wing. Okay, well, we know what's going to live in here, don't we? And then the Hotel East Wing. The lobby is here, full of friends. Okay, so the East Wing is completely full, the lobby is half full, and then the West Wing is pretty much empty. 2,000. Okay, so today we're gonna need to get about 3,000 volume of bodies for friends. This is my cargo container. Some of you may remember this. It's got 76% of remaining integrity. And it's completely empty with 15,000 volume. Let's go to settings and see if they fix the ultra-wide stuff. No. That's likely coming in tomorrow's patch. Do I mean Cron OS? Nah. Not Cron OS's problem, it's definitely Demnar's problem. I don't even know how many bases I've got left. I'm going to be honest with you, that's kind of the whole thing. Right, let me just send a quick message to Jojoy, because she was having some PC issues yesterday, but her and her community are planning on coming over to join us. Zero, I own no bases now. I can make whatever I desire. It's going to be a shitbox. It's going to be square. It's going to be brown color, and it's going to be tolerable at best. If you weren't enjoying Bitcraft, you would jump back in. I hear that Bitcraft has a wipe coming relatively soon. Oh. I don't know where that outputs to, so that could be a... You know what? Demnar's Problem Now. You're exactly right, chat. You're exactly right. It is indeed Demnar's Problem Now. What's go... I'll split that apart in a second. The chest is up there. Which one? Demnar's Problem Now is the one that we're meant to go to? Oh, okay. Egress? Why did you not just put output? Why did you not just use the word output rather than crafting egress? Ooh, egress. Okay. That's not normal. Why does ultra widescreen? I mean, yeah, fair. Man, this game just looks... The game just looks good. Like, it's just kind of... The game just looks... I mean, apart from the Darth Vader Pez Tower, which is obviously, you know, not the most aesthetic structure we've ever seen. But, you know, hello, Carmen. Hello, Thurston, over on YouTube. How are you guys doing? It's great to see you guys. change that to go there. Put YouTube in front of everyone else because YouTube is important as well as Twitch. Yeah, so I no longer look as old as the weekend. I had some sleep and all of the grey hair just fell off overnight. It was very convenient like that. And then, because we've only got a small amount of storage, here we go. Just a small amount of storage, you see, chat? See? That hair was a vibe. Do you recognize the hairstyle from anywhere? Just saying. I reckon me and Emily Slider can pull it off. British biology works like that. Sleep fixes all problems. Something like that, sure. Let's have a look at our Landsrad. Okay, well, it looks like it's slightly Harkonnen focused this week. What's the victory? Ooh, Landsrad weapon vendor. I'm fine with the weapons vendor coming tomorrow. That could be fun. New Jasmine Hub, Sabu base, regained its shield. Okay, it's cool. I'll share this with all of you. My spare human is currently trying to measure a blackout blind for our hallway to keep it dark because we have our doors open because Bailey wants to come in and out of our rooms overnight. So, she's trying to cut down a blackout blind to size. Bailey is being really helpful. He's so helpful. Look at him. Look at how helpful Bailey is. You might not like it, but he is the most helpful. He's really not in the way at all. Definitely not in the way. Just I shared it with chat. Hilarious. It's he's keeping it down. Yeah, he's keeping it down so that it can't be moved. Okay, so what I'm hearing is we're low on copper dust. We've got a little bit of iron. We could probably do some early game running. We're really low on steel dust. Not low on aluminium dust. Okay. Fine on duralumin. A little bit low on plastinium, although I think I've got some of that knocking around somewhere. Good on copper. Iron we're quite low on. We could probably mine some iron today. Steel very low on. That's going to require... Oh, no, we're not low on steel. We've got plenty in that box. Aluminium. Are we out of aluminium? No, not quite. Good on duralumin. So we can use this... So one of the things I want to do today, make sure that we've got enough stuff that when people are joining the servers tomorrow and they're coming back on, they might not have any of the stuff left from the game before, we can help them out a bit. We've got enough plastinium to do our basic tasks. We're low on... I think, as far as I know, we're very, very low on silicon blocks, which might mean that today I had to harvest flower sand. Now, harvesting flower sand is no longer fun. In fact, harvesting flower sand kind of sucks. But I have a theory. I have an idea for it that may work. Luther, do you want to harvest flower sand with me? Hello, Luther. Do you wish to harvest flower sand with me today?
I probably cannot. I'm in meetings most of the day. I just have lunch break.
That sounds like an excuse, but fine. It's fine to be scared of the worm, don't worry. W said he had 10 scouts Mark 4 in parts. Awesome. That's great to know, Spook. I think that we've got... I don't know how many people will be coming in on day one versus trickling in. I've spoken to a few streamers and their communities, and I've made them the offer to come and join us because ultimately I want them to be able to have some fun and, you know, to be able to I'll be real with you, like, how many of you know how shitty some of the public server experiences among people have been? Because I don't want my friends to be having to deal with that shit. It's horrible from what I've heard. That's not mine. This one's mine? I'll recognize it from the name. Yeah, yeah. Big bitch new ornithopter. Yes, update vehicle respawn location. And then I grab this box. Hello, Jojo. You're interested in PC doesn't watching and lurking? You are more than welcome. There is no rush. We are gathering some material so that we're free to help out tomorrow with anyone who might be coming back and be slightly low on mats. Have you gotten to the bottom of what your PC issues were, Jojo? To be fair to Funcom, they've been banning people. Funcom have been doing a really good job of actually enforcing their terms of service, unlike other groups that I won't mention. You found me on my second work. What is this? It's a YouTube video. I'll have to have a look in a minute. I'm just I'm mid-flight right now. The Flower Sand at Harger Basin southeastern corner attached to the bottom land island. I mean, Flower Sand like down here. AOC is done for. Yeah, AOC is completely done for by the looks of things. I don't see any way that that's going to recover. The behaviors being exhibited are poor at best. And we'll see where things land, ultimately. Another Clonos, no! Boss, do you mean this one? If this is as bullshit as I think it might be, then they should change this. They got rid of safe flower harvesting locations for a reason. Why are you not letting me land where I want you to land? Do I need to go between the rock slices? Like a glove. Like a... I'm gonna be honest, I don't think anything about this is glove-like, but it's fine. It's fine. That's not a problem. Yeah, like a golf. Exactly. It's like a golf. Remember, I've forgotten all of the keybinds. I know what they are instinctively, but I'm questioning myself on like, is that the correct keybind? Okay. I'm going to start gathering things that I think we might be short on today. I think that's my plan. I'm also excited because I believe that tomorrow we've got a rapier rework going on. As many of you know, I really like the rapier inside of Dune. For me, it's the perfect mobility melee weapon, and I enjoy a good mobility weapon inside of games. So I am quite excited to see what that the rapier rework actually looks like practically. I've not spent too much time testing it out and practicing it. Right, we'll put a corpse in here. We'll put that in there. We'll put the gun parts in here. But realistically, the focus for right now is going to be this. And yes, I'm going to be using a Mark V compactor because I don't want to be using the Mark VI or the faction one because they have very limited durability. So yeah, the rapier will be reworked. You're wondering how it's a dual swords will be days. Look, at the end of the day, Funcom have always released games that have been in kind of weird states, right? You know, the number of people here have played Conan, and people have played other games by them. They have a habit of releasing their games with problems and then massively fixing them over time and making sure they deliver what they promise to the community. That's why I give Funcom the benefit of the doubt here, where there are other people who I probably wouldn't give the benefit of the doubt to. I'm confident that Funcom are listening to us. They are enacting what they need to. It just takes time. I was lucky enough to have a chat with them at TwitchCon. I had lunch with their community managers. Thor and I sat down, just the two of us, with them to have some conversations about what this would look like in January when it was launching. Now, obviously now Feb, because of, you know, the way timings work. I'm really pleased to see that they have listened. One of the things we talked about at length was the welcome back packs that we've given to members of our community who have returned. I'm so pleased to see that has been included. Shield on Sand. I'm doing Shield on Sand here because if I go somewhere where I shouldn't, I will immediately know, rather than just getting like a subtle reminder. What is this location? This is, let me just grab all of this flower sand. We are down here. So we are just south of the Harkonnen Quartermaster. So I'm actually really excited to see what Dune looks like going forward. I know that the patch that's coming changes the end game demonstrably, to be honest with you. So yeah, I'm really excited for this. Once again, it's just really nice being back inside the game more than anything. Go a bit further, it wants its love, fine. Do I think Thor is coming back for Chapter 3? Yes. I do. We spoke about it yesterday. He plans on it. So there should be plans for Thor to come back for Chapter 3, which might mean that he gets fed to the grandfather worm and he's forgotten about it. Can't use the Sandcrawler for flower sand? Not currently, no. One of the things I've suggested for the Sandcrawler is that it should be given different vacuum heads for different materials. It should be able to suck up flower sand, but realistically, flower sand is very different to spice. And therefore, I think what would make sense is it would be you have a different vacuum module, which allows you to absorb flower sand. The screen doesn't look properly lined up. How do you mean? You mean when I open the inventory, you don't see all of it? That's because I'm in ultra wide. I can't, it'll hopefully be fixed in tomorrow's patch, but I can't do anything about it now. Yeah, I can't do anything about it now, Troytech. I can do this so that you can see the whole screen. And you can see what I see, but I see more screen than you do, as you see. After their last patch, ultra-wide support got a little bit janky, so you don't see like the full elements of the UI still. You like the double screens? It's I think it's just fun for you guys to see what I can see, because I can see obviously quite a wide right. Like if I look like this, I can see, you know, around the I can see around corners, etc. But it's not for everyone. This was my Christmas present to myself. was an ultra wide screen, so I've been pretty happy with it so far. That's a lot of landscape. You know, I just like to have, as any British person, I like to have lots of available land. So the more kind of like screen real estate, the better I feel about it, right? Yeah, the spice expands consciousness. Exactly, Blazy, yeah. It is indeed a big screen. It's just, on a game with ultra-wide support, it's really fun. I was talking to Mr. Greggles, who some of you will know, who's also on our server. He was saying, he showed me when I went around to go visit a while ago up north, how fun it was on an ultra-wide. I was like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll get myself an ultra-wide for Christmas, just so I can play around in Dune with it in other games. I've been having great fun with it in other games, but all I do for stream is what I do is I center it so that you can see kind of this from about here till about kind of here-ish. So you're seeing kind of this kind of slice of the screen, because that's basically what a 2K monitor would normally give you. You had to visit 9 different sietches to get all of the needed flower sand. That sounds about right. I'm not sure I need 15,000 volume of flower sand to fill everything. But if I can do this a couple of times, then, you know, Luther will probably be slightly less upset. But this also ties in quite well to what I need to do today, because I was going to fly around with Jojoy, if her computer is working, or just go around and show some of the sietches, so that she can see some of those sietches as well. So if I fly the carrier to those sietches and I use my ornithopter to scout them, we can collect flower sand, bodies, and everything that we need all in one go. It's almost like it's efficient, and I planned this. Where is this spot? This spot is down here. There's one particular spot you want? Joy, do you happen to know where on the map that spot is? A lot of water to process. The good news is that we can gather water nice and easily, because this this box holds quite a few friends. If we've got to go and collect the neighbors for, you know, reasons, we've got plenty of space with which to do it. You've given up on inviting neighbors. You just collect water from the air with the wind traps. At this point, yes, the wind traps will work, but I have a bit of a feeling that when we're back in the game and you're doing full production of spice and other things, that wind trap production may not be enough if you've got multiple people in your group. The center of the Udam, well, I have access to pretty much every base on this map. And there is, the only person who lives in the Udam is Greg, who lives here. He lives at this side. So if you're in the middle of the Udam, even this server should be fine, but I don't believe that any of them are taken. Yeah, dinner party, they're the ones who bring the drinks. Exactly. I provide the accommodation, they provide the drinks. Isn't Winky in the Udam? I believe that Winky is up on the shield wall. Winky's base is... Last time I knew where Winky's base was up here. But Jojo isn't planning on being on Blackbeard, Luther. So there's that as well. Unless she wants to be, which is entirely her choice. But I think she wants to be with her community on another server. So we are finally getting worm sign this far out. I hear you, ratchet-ass worm skank. I'm brave. Just firing my laser at the worm. I don't necessarily mind doing my, How high off the ground can I be for this? There we go. I'm expecting the worm any second. Because now I'm just being a little bit rude to it. The clouds are unhelpful because I don't actually know what's worm sign and what isn't. I didn't expect to hear ratchet-ass worm skank this morning. Well, it's me playing Dune, so, you know, that's what I call them. Exactly, Ferris. Yeah, that's what they are. He's a big old worm skank. Just roaming around trying to eat me like a big bitch. I'm not gonna have that. I'm not gonna settle for that. You hope they don't do the stupid cannon event ever again. That was horrible for worm aggro in Haga. Worm aggro in Haga compared to worm aggro in the deep desert is very different. I will give you that. I personally think that the worm aggro in Haga is kind of egregious, but I can understand why, because it's designed in the early game to teach the players who are there about what the risks of the deep desert are compared to, say, the risks of the land. I can't really blame them for making it a difficult. Do I want kinds for this? Hello. What are you doing, little cat? Yeah. I need another camera, don't I? So that if I show the screen like this, I can show the cat. Oh, you've gone around the corner. Okay. Bailey did a flying visit, chat. He says hello. You and Womp have 18 each, 2 times 2.7 million water per 24 hours. Yeah, if that's what you want to, if that's the way you want to do it, so be it. But I don't think that's the most efficient way to get water. Like, because that's not what you're talking about there. Is that's water on a time lag. So yes, you make that much in 24 hours, but only when you haven't already got that much. Whereas, you know, that's going to take you 24 hours to make 5.4 million. We can make 900k every 45 minutes while in use. He could have jumped on the table again. Luckily, he hasn't. He's just come back. You wanting chicken? Okay, let me move the camera stand around so that you guys can see the cat. Loosen that one. Do that. That's going to be upside down. Let's not do that. Someone would definitely get motion sick if all of a sudden the camera is upside down. Although this is also the part where Bailey immediately leaves after I've adjusted the cat cam. Your water is full and we have 6 wind traps for another full for another 4 days. Nice. I will grab some more friends today, Luther, to be clear. I'm also, those of you who might be newer to Dune, I've got quite a few hours in this doing really weird things with the movement mechanics. So if you see me do something that's like, wait, why on earth did you do that movement? Or how did you do that movement? You're free to ask. I'm never going to judge you guys for it. You're where I'm at on Bath Roberts, the worm made your thop to move? Well, maybe don't do that. Hello, Tonton. How are you, buddy? It's great to see you. Can we ask what you were doing to be so handsome? It's the love I show Bailey. It makes me more beautiful every day. That's how that works. So the more that you love Bailey, the better that you look. That's how that works. For those of you who don't know how to switch features, you do it like this. Good kids hide away. Sorry, Pete. Just fell off the side. Okay. It is North America. It is private servers. It is Nitrado and East 100. And we've got a lot of options. Now, the problem will be that I need my password document for this. So let's start with, I reckon... That password was egregiously long. I don't know why I bothered doing that one, although it's very funny. As you know, chat, I had a lot of fun with the passwords. At one point, the password for my server was, for Thor's server anyway, was Game Dev Finster, which we did change. But you know, I like to have fun with my passwords. The ads will indeed run in 1 minute, chat. So during the ads, I pause so I don't want people to miss content. This will mean that, you know, I get up and do my stretches, I do my exercises. Make sure that you are getting yourself some water. We run 3 minutes here of ads so that we don't have to have pre-rolls, so you don't have to, like, you know, have that stuff when you come in. I will talk about what is coming in Chapter 3 after the ad break, Divine Fox, because I cannot cover it in 40 seconds. And then we'll go through it from there. But there's quite a lot of stuff coming in Chapter 3, I will be very clear. They're basically overhauling the entirety of the end game, which is the big thing that I think that a lot of us wanted and needed. Ultimately, there's quite a lot of stuff to do in the game up till end game, but actually once you reach level 200 and stuff, there isn't a huge amount to do. Chapter 3 has a lot of quite interesting stuff that I'm quite happy to go through. It's not a problem. So we'll go through that in a bit. Bailey is Rapunzel and his magical fur makes me young. Yeah, I sing the song from Tangled as well. Yeah. Sandstorm coming or going? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is coming or going, Spook. Yes, correct. Okay, so let me go and drop one of these containers. Say drop the container. I don't even know if there is anyone on this siege anymore, because Annie's community hasn't played in a while. For those of you who aren't aware, this server was given to Annie Fuchsia's community when the game came out. Oh, it's that bug. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second, chat. I need to restart the game quickly. The ads seem to do something. Oh, we could give you guys the Thor from Dune back as well. Let's do that. Destiny is gone. We don't want the Thor bot. Is it Dune 1? Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Look at Fleshkeeper Thorak. He's back. The Fleshkeeper. Whoa. Oh, hello. Hi, are you coming to join me on the desk again? Is this your new favorite place to be? Sort the camera out then while you're doing this, because this is your new favorite hobby. You might not be able to see it very clearly, but you can just about see a little cat foot just there behind the edge of the screen. Hi. What is this? Hi. Oh, thank you. Little kisses. Yeah. Hi. You want me to do this for you? Move that slightly. Okay, you're just gonna sit. You're just gonna sit there, are you? You can just see a cat butt. Oh, okay, thank you. My ornithopter won't be with me, will it? Wait, did that just put me on the wrong server? That's because I logged on to the wrong server. I fucked that one up. Hi. Hi. Hi, it's my finger. You wanted to see what was going on? You want to come here? Hi, that's my hand. Yes, you want attention. Is that what you'd like? Hi. Okay. Yeah, you wanted to make sure that I was paying attention to you. Hmm. Hello. Thanks, B. Now, this is going to get interesting. If you log onto the wrong server, do you lose anything? No, but I have to get back to my ornithopter. Oh, you want the window open? Okay, even though it's. Probably don't want to be out there, but if you do, I'll let you go out there. You know, whatever makes you happy, Bailey. Even if it does make me actually freeze my ass off. Okay, well, we're gonna have to get a little bit inventive here because I went to the wrong server. You don't have the password for that server? That's fine. That's we're gonna see how doable this is because I've done something before where I've proven that you can sprint across the gap in Haga Basin. It's just very dangerous to do. My traversal is definitely an odd method. That's for sure. Okay, we need to wait for all of the... Not water to refill. Which server are we on? And Bonnie? Okay, we hide down here. Let's get my water all the way back up to full so we get a stamina boost. I'll turn off the cat cam for now. let's plan my route. Okay, the shortest crossing point is from here to here. This is literally the shortest crossing point in the game, and it's not what one would typically actually call a short crossing point. Okay, so we need to use up power first. Remember, if we're close to the ground, which we do not want to be, we have a chance of summoning the worm. Okay. We're now on the ground. We don't want to be on the ground because this is where the worm is. Now, theoretically, with the sprint and the climb, I can get high up off the ground enough to escape from this wormy bastard who's chasing me. You're back. What's in chapter 3? We will go through that in full in just a minute. I just need to make sure I get back to my ornithopters before the worm eats them. So a lot of stuff in Dune, a lot of the time people were concerned about about losing stuff ultimately, because yeah, that's always going to be a risk inside the game. You know, it's a survival crafting game, and therefore loss is always a key part of that. You're always going to have a risk of losing items. You're always going to have a risk of, you know, losing some of the progress you've made. That's kind of part of Dune. The worm is the one real risk. But if you are managing your behaviors effectively, you can actually manage an awful lot of that worm-related risk just in general. I mean, we're not far away from our stuff now already. The Great Sand Sprint. There's a reason why I think Bene Gesserit is one of the best starts. Ultimately, that sand sprint, the Bindu sprint, is insanely powerful. You can use it to sprint sideways out of a worm's maw, which actually, for me, is one of the more helpful pieces of that usage. If you sprint directly away from the worm, you'll have a problem. If you sprint sideways, you can actually normally get out of the worm's turning radius. Sometimes. You should be very, very careful about what you're doing, when you're doing it, and why you're doing that. Ultimately, there's no point taking those risks if you don't need to. Ooh, you moved right as I shot. Okay, fine. Yes, I have the 4-shot one. You're going to nip out for a couple of hours, let you know when you're back for a look around, or is it time to work out? I will be here until 4:30 our time, Joy, if that helps you. So, there's no massive rush, don't worry. What dispenser are you equipped with? You seem to be able to use for a goodly time. I'm currently using the full dispenser belt. So I like the full because it basically fully removes gravity, so you can use it basically as flight. The only thing I will warn you about the full dispenser belt is that it eats durability like a bitch. I run with like 2 or 3 on me at any given time because they tend to break pretty rapidly. So if I show you my inventory now, this is already at like 25%. I do have a spare one on me. So I always make sure I carry a spare. So I use the full. I've also got a lot of buffs in my tree. Not that one. A lot of the buffs I have are for things like power increase, so power usage down by 9%. I've got more power than before. Suspenser stuff normally takes me... So I've got increased power generation, for example. A lot of my build is built around making this work, but this build will likely fundamentally change tomorrow. So I'm not going to reset this today, but potentially tomorrow, some of the changes to skills and the way the systems work will mean that I, you know, change how I do things. A quick Bindu sprint into a dispenser belt means that I'm traveling at maximum speed while I'm in the air. In terms of how quickly I, you know, traverse the terrain, you can see that my power... Well, you can't see my power bar is going down that quickly, but my power bar is now about 5%, 10%, 15%, 10%, 5%. And then, if I really needed to, I didn't have to use Bindu sprint on the way across. That is We went from that waypoint we just left. That's 750 meters, barely touching the ground. So you can reconfigure your skills to be far more effective for what it is that you want to do in your own playstyle. A lot of the reconfiguring that I've done for this character and the way that I play it is largely based around the fact that I love mobility in this. Mobility has saved me more times than anything else. Any PvP engagement, mobility has got me into position over time. Hi, you didn't want to go out the window. You wanted to sit next to me on the heating pad. Do you want me to turn it on for you? Go. The heating pad on so you don't get cold. Let me shut this window briefly. There we go. Hi. Yeah, who's a good boy? You're choosing where to get settled? Of course you are. And then we can do sprint. We sprint into the wings of your thought, and you can visit the moon. They've fixed the they fixed the bug that allowed you to do that quite as badly. This one that we showed on stream with Thor a few times is that you could use the clipping on the wings to teleport you to where you would end up had you gone in a straight line from there, which obviously is not what you're wanting to do because that's kind of gross. Right, now we'll actually go and see. Now we've got our ornithopter back and we didn't crash. We'll go and see Jojo's base. Potential location, and then let her know if Anne Bonny is free, because I can open that up for her and her community. I can't see any bases currently on this map, or rather I haven't seen any bases in the early parts of this map. We will look in the later game parts, but I'm not actually sure that anyone's been logging on to maintain their bases, because I'll be honest with you, most people haven't been playing Dune for the past couple of months. The first few locks in the combat line of the new skills are straight up more skill points to unlock more of the base skill trees. That's cool. We love that. We'll see those tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the patch. There's a lot coming in it, and we'll go through the patch notes in a little while once we're a little bit further into the stream. Oh no, we might crash. We didn't crash. Well, Chapter 3, add more quests to the skill masters. Chapter 3 is completely overhauling the end game so that the lands rad is done by contracts, that all of these skills that we can specialize in, everyone's ended up with roughly the same build because there is a selection of skills that is optimal. One of the changes coming relatively soon is the fact that the way that you skill into things is going to be different at endgame, and you'll be spending melange and stuff that you get from running the new dungeons and running the new content to make those upgrades. Emmanuel Winners adds 10 powered bases, and this is 1 or 2 in Shield you didn't see. That sounds about right, and that's why I'm pleased they're doing these welcome back packs, because a lot of people have just quit the game. They put things down into their base storage tools, or they've moved on because there wasn't a lot of content. Bathroberts has decent active players. This is what I mean. I like that there's lots of small groups across the servers. That's what I'm hoping, that we can get other groups in so that they'll join us and they can have fun as well and not be dealing with the bullshit that people have had to deal with on the public servers. Some of the public server behaviors that I've been hearing about, even now, are dire. You know, people who are joining other people's groups and then, like, kind of taking all of their assets just because, you know, when they go AFK and they leave it with the last person, they take it and put it into, like, a major group space. So that actually some of the groups on public servers have all of the, they own all of the guild bases across all of these areas because they basically looted them all. Even if they were being maintained, it's kind of become a bit weird. So yeah, some public servers are total ass. That's what I've been hearing, Salty Graber. So ahead of tomorrow's patch, I'm hoping that we can give a home to some of our friends who are maybe on some of those servers and have had a bit of a worse gameplay experience. Don't do anything else from that. Didn't mean to press Z. Don't even think I'd press Z, but fine. Time for spice hallucinations while we fly. Or, I'll just do this. Okay, you can no longer use that as a ramp. That's fine. They fixed that. Once you go private servers, you can't go back to public. That makes sense. But I'm going to be honest with you. Why are you so set on staying on a public server? If you're currently playing the game and you're on a public server and you want to switch, and you don't want to switch, then you're obviously not liking the public servers. If you're currently on a private server and want to switch, then you're already on a private server, so it's fine. So it's a matter of discussion. Like, if you're not happy on your current public server, then you won't be. You're on my server? Yeah, there you go. So I'm mean to general people, though. If you're currently on a server and you're not happy, whether that is public or private doesn't really make a difference, I don't think. One of the reasons why I've opened it up, and if people don't want to join, they're happy on public servers, they should stay. I'm not telling people they have to move at all. It's just that the offer is there. I'm just going to start taking all from these. Yeah, I'd stopped looting most of the bodies because we didn't need most of the materials on them, but actually, apart from the darts, we've gotten to the stage of over 6 to 8 months of playing. We've actually run out of a lot of the resources that we kind of want / need, like, you know, things like those still suits tubing, you know, armor plating. We're starting finally to get low on the things that we farmed a huge amount of at launch, so it's actually worth gathering stuff. So you can move yourself with a new tool to the private server. Yes, server transfers are available. You can now take your base and use one of these base reconstruction tools that I have here in inventory. So you have one of these. This tool can be allowed to save and restore structures, allowing for long-term storage. Based on the miniaturization technologies of House Richese, this tool allows the owner of a subfief to remove and restore structures. So basically what this will allow you to do is it allows you to scan the structure that you've got. It will put all of it into storage, all of the items inside of the storage containers, everything that's in a box, all of it will end up inside of that storage. You can move from public to private, yes. But again, if you are concerned about the move from public to private, then don't do it. The only reason I was saying a public server, if I was playing one, would be a better ping than you have on the cluster, but you don't, because the locations of the servers are in the same location. So as long as you're playing on NA, you'll still have the NA ping. After work, please tell the devs to fix Pardots Hood when you talk to them this afternoon. I will do. One of the things I'm going to be asking about is those two, because we know that doesn't work. I've shown it on stream multiple times. I can even show it for them live on that call if I need to. Oh no, a slight stun. You found them? Oh no, we've been found, chat. How horrifying. Nitrados, they can change NA East or West? They can do, yes. But, oh, no, wrong one. Nitrado's ping, and Funcom's ping to the official servers is broadly the same. We did some testing on it before we picked the servers up. Like, before we looked at this as an option, that's one of the things I tested. Pew pew, indeed, Wig Diddley. We are doing some pew pew. And this is why, so those of you seeing me just run around with the shotgun just basically killing these enemies with impunity. This is the problem in the game. Wrong thing, that's why. This is the problem that every game seems to have, whether you have melee as an option and ranged. Balancing melee and range is incredibly difficult to do, because why would you engage in melee where you've got risk to your person when you can stay at range and shoot them from cover? So I think one of the things that they're looking to do with the rapiers and with melee in general is to bring it more in line with range damage, because range damage has largely been preferable outside of a few skills that have made melee very, very popular. When those skills were nerfed, melee fell off, supposedly. That's what you give for impunity, exactly, Wig Diddley. Why would I go around on foot? In this universe, why would anyone travel on foot? Just to be clear, like, you would just travel by suspensor belt everywhere. Because melee is more fun. Ultimately, the one thing I've started finding in games these days is people no longer care as much about what's fun as what is the meta. Everything's about, oh, it's the meta build, it's the meta progression. You know, you can't compete unless you're using this meta build. People don't seem to care that much about the fun. of a build anymore versus, especially because Dune has PvP elements. It's okay, well, can I actually compete? Can I actually do what I need to do? I've had people come in, we had people coming in a lot last year when we were playing the game frequently, being like, oh, why are you not using these skills? Why are you not using that weapon? The basic answer is I don't think it's fun to run the same meta build as everyone else. Like, it's just not fun. I'm fairly sure that that set of caves here is where, this is where Jojo's talking about. But, I'm not entirely certain. Let me send her a screenshot. Discord. I will probably reach out to any future and let her know as well. You farm spice, occasionally stay on NPC, but mostly spice. That's all that was left in the game for a long time. I think that was my concern on things, was that actually the only thing we really seemed to have left in the game was harvesting spice. The only thing I was doing every time we logged on was, okay, well, I'm going to get a spice harvester and sit here and harvest spice for 12 hours. It stopped being kind of fun because ultimately we didn't need the spice. Like me, Luther, and Demnar didn't need the spice. We ended up giving most of our spice away to people who were coming back to the game or needed it for like their upgrades. You get your spice in hard as a small solo player, but the worm gets angry very frequently. You could practice for avoidance. So at that point, you're just practicing for practicing's sake. That's, for me, doing any kind of content for content's sake doesn't make sense. I don't want to just be playing Dune because I want to be playing Dune. I want to be playing Dune because I'm having fun inside the game and I'm doing new things, and you know, there's a balance level to there. There's a balance to those kind of behaviors. Do that. You dancing? So I think this server would probably be the best one for Joy and Joy's community, because as far as I can tell, it is pretty much completely empty. You like the fun zone? You join a guild, hence the question on moving over. I may remake our guild for active players. I'm contemplating just because Thor doesn't play very often, doesn't have the ability to log on and play as his as the guild leader. I'll probably drop him a message and say, hey, can I be the guild leader, or should I just make a separate guild for me continuing to be active? Because I'll be real, like, no one is using our Landsrad votes because I can't vote, so I haven't been engaging in the Landsrad. And I've just not gotten around to fixing it. I just need to have a word with Thor when he's online, so when he is online, I can do that when he's online for it. The cronies, we can make it cronies. It could be the, you know, the Croconans, the Hard Chronos. It could be all kinds of things. The Hard Chronos sounds like quite a lot of fun. As you all know, most of the things that I do are kind of they're kind of puns, and bad puns at that. So there's probably something that we could do there. Ooh, whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right down 5 feet. We're already at 800 storage out of 15,000. So filling this up with flower sand is going to take us like days. You can just fly around in a carrier, do your entire day's worth of stuff, then fly home and unload 15,000 worth if you really want to. Alternatively, that carrier container can be used basically as a base of operations for like 4 people to basically, you know, you deploy a couple of buggies out, you carry them in your inventory, you all fly out in one carrier with one cargo container. You take the 4 buggies out, all drive different cardinal directions, then come back with all of the buggy load, and you're just good. I don't know how much spice we've saved up. I'm going to be honest with you. over time, there's quite a lot of spice that we've gathered, and most of it isn't being used. I think Luther did some maths based on what was on the test servers, and we worked out that actually, if we wanted to, we've got enough melange saved up to complete one whole tree of the end game, which will take like 6 weeks to 8 weeks to do already. And then we've got enough to do that like multiple times. I can't remember exactly what Luther was saying. Luther's in meetings and will correct me, I'm sure. But it's looking like we've got a lot of melange saved up for some reason. This is why I've actually added a new server rule. As you know, we only really have 3 server rules, which is don't exploit, don't be toxic, and don't harass other players. We've now got a 4th server rule, which is don't tell Cronus he has a spice problem. Because that's not fair. That's not very kind, is it? You wouldn't want someone telling you that you've got a problem. 750 melange per tree. We've definitely got 750 melange. Even if it was 7,500 melange per tree, I think we're good. Correct, small mite. With reminds that will do, yeah, as long as you're not, making any kind of baseless claim. Mostly because I think that slander shouldn't be acceptable on our server, and I clearly don't have a spice problem because I'm collecting flower sand. It's flower sand, not spice, and therefore I clearly don't have a problem. You see spice and it's instantly squirrel? Exactly. That's not a problem. That's just called good spice detection methods. No, a lot of you know I care a lot about this game. It's a game that not only from the lore perspective and from the universe that I really enjoy, but also like this is the game that I started streaming to play. Like this is the game I got partner on. So Dune is always going to hold a special place for me and basically for the stream. I'm not going anywhere. The private servers have been running since launch, and I have no intention of stopping them anytime soon. The only thing I have said about the private servers is that I want people who are on the mushroom servers to move across to the pirate servers so that we can have all of the community together. But I'm not closing the mushroom servers yet. What I will likely do is once we've had server transfers in for a while and we know a bit more about Funcom's plans on server closures, which is separate tech, what I will likely do then is speak to Nitrado and say, hey, server closures exist. Can we manually, or is there a way that we can forcefully move people's accounts across onto the pirate servers? Because people who have been, if we wait 3 months from now until we get to chapter 4, which will be, as far as I understand, chapter 4 is the Water Shippers Mansion. It's the northern areas that have never been seen before in the Dune universe, like visually, which I'm really excited for. If people haven't come back by that point, they've had 3 months to switch over from the mushroom servers to the pirate servers, that will likely be when I start saying, okay, Nitrado, let's see if we can like manually move people across. Because ultimately, like, 3 months is a lot of time, 3 months to get moved across is a lot of time, especially if you care about and are playing the game. So there'll be a series of pings about it. It'd be nice if we could add those servers to our cluster. Unfortunately, the way the servers worked, at least originally, and then this may have been reworked over time, was that if you changed the name of the world that you were connecting to, it wiped all of your account progress. So we actually changed the word Nitrado NA East 100 at one point to so I think it was just pirate servers, and we found that everybody lost their progression when they logged in. So there was something in the files that was basically tied to the world. I don't know if that's changed now. It's something that I will be asking this afternoon, because if I could just pick up people's accounts and drop them onto the pirate servers without any kind of issue, that would be great. The challenge there for the mushroom servers is that there are people who are still active and are still logged on. Their bases will still be live and they wouldn't have a chance to switch them over. The problem with the server transfer system is that it really requires the person to actually engage with the game in order to transfer across properly. And if people aren't going to engage with the game over the next 3 months, I can't make them engage with the game, I can't force them and say, hey, you have to engage with the game, or you're like, and you're going to, or else you're going to lose your stuff. People, if they're not engaged with the game, they aren't listening already to when I say that. Just a quick calculation. You have 21,480 spice melange. You definitely have enough to share if you want to facilitate that. I don't need any more melange. I don't know how much is actually needed at full release, because remember what we've seen has been on the PTR. It's not actually been on the main game. So they may make changes to scaling between the PTR and the main release tomorrow. So I don't want to make any assumptions about how much flower sand, how much spice sand, etc. is needed at that point until we see tomorrow's patch notes and see exactly how much it's going to cost us to get through the progression. I don't think that before that anyone needs to be like sharing around spice, etc. Because if you find that you're short and that you've given someone spice so that they can catch up, now you're both short, you might feel bad, you might not. I'm not going to get involved in those kind of personal decisions for people because ultimately that's their conscience at the end of the day. As I was saying to JoJo's community yesterday, I am very, very light touch on the moderation here. The only time I will ever intervene is if somebody is making your gameplay miserable, like you're being harassed or someone is making, like terms of service breaching claims or comments. Those will be actioned. But if someone is just PvPing you, I'm not going to get involved. That's PvP drama. I've said from the start is not something I give a fuck about. If you're in the PvP area and you get PvP, that was your choice to take that risk to go into the PvP area. Ultimately, getting PvP'd is not, you know, harassment. It's not terms of service violation. It's where the behaviors go beyond that. So I'm not going to get involved or angry if someone gets PvP in the deep desert. What I will do is I'll get angry and annoyed if someone's using racial slurs in the deep desert. When would you recommend the best time for us that want to join your server? Carforth, if you've... I don't know why that got auto-modded. Let me allow that. When you... What? Smart... What are you talking about, Twitch? There's nothing wrong with that message. Weird. Launch week was a mess for that. I would recommend if you want to switch across today and get started, Carforth, you can. If you want to switch across tomorrow, you should do so. If you haven't logged onto the game for 28 days and you've probably lost everything, wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow, they are going to be giving out basically like a welcome back to the game packs for people who have been out of the game for more than 28 days. So if you have been out of the game for that long, don't log in today and get sorted. Log in tomorrow and get your free stuff. Realistically, that system is to cover those who have lost their bases, because everyone who's... If you've left your base for 28 days, it's unlikely to still be around. We're at 1,542. Let's go check out a different server. One of the advantages of being in New Zealand, there are definitely times when there are fewer people around. That's one of the advantages of being in the UK. Like, you know, being EU time zone focus is like, for example, in Ashes, when we were playing that, you'd log on in the morning in the EU time. It's, you know, if you're on at 10 a.m. UK time, it's that's 2 a.m. Pacific to 5 a.m. Eastern. Very few Americans, funnily enough, are on at that time to farm resources. What a shock. Once power goes out, it takes 3 to 4 weeks before it falls. Depends on how massive the base was. Yep, it depends on how massive the base was. Depends on how much, like, kind of you had power originally when you quit the game. But if you've been out for 28 days, you haven't logged in for 28 days, you might find that all of your stuff is gone. So if you haven't been on for 28 days, I don't want you to log on today and lose out on getting your welcome back to the game pack, because that's free stuff. Do they not just give it to everyone? No, Honor is. I don't need it. I personally do not need a welcome back to the game pack. I've been playing reasonably frequently. You know? Locations up, but the shield won't have to last ages. Locations down, like ones that are down inside the Haga Rift, tend to last forever as well. Let's try William Kidd out on the public servers. So as you recall, our 15 servers in the private world, 3 of them actually don't have passwords on them at all. You're a Rifter? Yeah, if you live in the Rift, you don't have to power your base, theoretically. You just have to keep it taxed. And we have taxes off for all of our servers. I know, British person turning off taxes is confusing. Don't get upset, chat. It's okay. I am still British, don't worry. Just because I turned off taxes doesn't make me less British. Glass stone bases last forever? Yes. Yeah, depending on what you made your base from, it will last differently as well. There's a huge amount of stuff inside of that that calculation that needs to come together for each person. Taxes getting abolished anyway? Well, exactly. Taxes turn off tomorrow. So for our servers, that removal is not a lot, but think about the public servers where they've been having to log on every 2 weeks, or every week and pay their taxes. They've had to log on, you know, if you do it 2 weeks, you run the risk of losing it because you end up in arrears. They had to log on not only to power their bases, but also to pay taxes and farm Solari. 2 separate catch-up mechanics just seemed silly to me. I didn't think it was worth doing. I just realized that I don't actually need to park that on the side there. I can actually still park it on the safe area here. You need coffee? That sounds about right, Pan. How you doing today, buddy? At the end of the day, Pan, if your base isn't still there and you don't get the catch-up pack, speak to me, speak to one of the mods, we will get you sorted. I want to be clear that anybody who doesn't get the catch-up pack tomorrow is not going to get left behind. We will find a way to get you back into the game and to get you back kind of sorted and taking part with everyone if you so wish to. I know that we've got around 15 Mark IV Ornithopters to give out for people who might be coming back and have lost stuff. I know that we've got tools, resources, etc. that we can share. This is one of the reasons why I'm gathering flower sand today, so that we can make more silicon blocks, so that we can give those away if they are needed, because ultimately silicon blocks are used to make lubricant, which is one of the primary power forms in the game. You know, running a base off of lube in this game is pretty normal. You kind of enjoy starting over after a big rework. If you want to start over as well, Pan, you'd never have to ask for that stuff, but the offer is there. I want to make sure that people who might have left the game and think, oh, well, I've lost all my stuff, I don't want to come back, but I kind of want to play the game again. I want to be clear that we will support every single one of those players. That's my view on it. If you're a member of the community, we will do our best to get you back into Dune if you so wish to. The only thing that we ask that you do is if there are other people who are coming back to the game as well, you help them the way that we've helped you. That's the only real ask. Exactly. There's lots of people in the community who I think can pull together Finbastard, but thank you very much for that offer. Yeah, it might be needed. If you see somebody asking, don't wait for me or one of the mods to do it, just help them. That's my suggestion, really, because why would we not? You know, why would we not help each other out and help out our friends in the community? It just makes sense to me. Especially with what's going on in other games recently, and you know, Ashes crumbling down hasn't been nice. It's good for us to build a strong community in other games, and as I've always said, my entire focus of doing this was to give the community a place to hang out and be safe. A lot of the behaviors and issues that we saw on the public servers, to me, scream of a lack of safety. And while Funcom have now been able to moderate, now they've got, you know, fewer people playing, when the game gets busy again, I'm concerned that some of those behaviors will return and that the public servers will once again become somewhat lawless and problematic. Real talk, I think the public server experience gave the game a bad name for a lot of people, and a lot of people quit or didn't play the game because they heard what was happening on some public servers and thought, actually, the game's attitude is somewhat toxic, the community isn't great. And I disagree with that. I think that actually the right groups have the right idea. Just because some groups are giving the game a bad name doesn't mean that the whole game is a write-off, and we definitely shouldn't act like that. So I want to show people actively that we can do better. We can be better in those public servers. You're talking to Vicky about getting her back to the game. So the thing I would say to Vicky, and I'm not pushing, I haven't actually asked her about Dune, because I don't want to put any pressure on her because she's dealing with a lot at the moment. But there are other streamers who are going to be coming on to join us who haven't played the game before, who are starting afresh. People like Bees with the Knees, for example. People who have met IRL, people who I know are decent and good people and have the right communities and the right positive attitude, rather than being toxic PvPers. You know, being PvPer is absolutely fine, and I encourage it. Winky, for example, great PvPer, absolutely loves the PvP aspects of this game. Not a toxic player. Like, if you try and leave the PvP, Winky will try and stop you and try and win the fight, but he won't, like, hunt you down at your base and call you a coward, for example, you know, which is what behaviors we've seen from other people, which is sad. Aren't we getting an arena? So JoJo's community have a PvP arena in one of their Haga basins. That is a thing, yes. We also have people who have made PvP arenas in certain locations. That will be a thing. Winky has fun while doing PvP? Well, exactly, yeah. But he doesn't have fun at other people's expense, which is where the toxicity has come in on public servers, I think. 173. We used to do PvP racing. I know that there's a few members of the community who do kind of very, very cool racetracks and mazes, etc. Lost Womp Rat has made a really cool, like, player-based maze. I did critique a little bit because I can tell that one of the makers was left-handed because they've got a left-handed bias in their labyrinth design, but that's not uncommon. You know, humans make mazes with bias. It's why a human-made maze is a lot easier to do than a mushroom-made maze. Because if you go by the kind of maze that's made by fungus, there's no bias in that. It's actually a lot harder to do. It's very interesting. Isn't there a canonical arena coming in the game roadmap? You are Sabu, yes, but one Pratt is left-handed. And in the design process, at some point, that's come through because if I went with the turn like, I would say probably you turn left about twice as often as you turn right in that one. Run train also water because your insides are a swampy bog and a water shortage would affect the local frog population. You know what, Taffine, I don't like that, but I can't actually disagree with it on any kind of factual level, so I'm just going to kind of sit here like this. Did I just... Yeah, I think I did just grapple the Muad'Dib to fly towards it. Yeah, yeah. Muad'Dib are now hard grappling points. Yeah, that's how that works. Catch you later, Pat Miyagi. Thank you very much for being here, bud. I hope that you enjoy your doggo walk. Pet the doggo for us, Pam. Let me do the hydrates. Everybody do the Hydrasaur. Thank you for the reminder. I'll be really honest with you. Some of you yesterday will have caught me on Thor's stream for about 8 hours talking about Ashes of Creation. I just forgot to hydrate at all during that. Because when I'm here on stream, you guys remind me, the ad breaks remind me. It's all fairly normal, fairly civilized. There's... I heard something and I saw that the sand conditions were starting to change, and now I can see why.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Fly directly into the sandstorm. Yes, leave soon. Leave soon, thank you. Speaking of those ads, they are starting in 1 minute. Make sure that you guys are getting up, taking a break, maybe getting some water, petting your cat. We're going to switch servers again. You've taught your dog to talk. She's got like 6 or so buttons of words and uses the crap out of them. The wife is regretting now. Her favorite word to us is no. That's hilarious, Oberon. Oberon, how old was your dog that when you taught them to do that? Because I've seen that online. I've actually got one of those buttons for Bailey that he presses to go to the back door, but it doesn't. It just makes a noise. It's more like a doorbell that he knows that if he presses it, it means that he wants to go outside. Apparently, I've got a vehicle on Mary Reed. Let's go to Mary Reed. You just learned since December. Wow, fascinating. What you're saying is you've been conditioned. No, not very conditioned, but like when your pet asks you for something, surely you give that thing to your pet, right? That's just a thing. Been mentioned many times, you'd love to be able to harvest flower sand with your crawler, Gerald Plume. I completely agree with you. Being able to harvest flower sand with a crawler would be really nice. I think that there should be a separate vacuum head for flower sand. It would also give there a reason to use the sand crawler in riskier environments inside Haga Basin for sure, but it would also allow people to utilize their sand crawlers a little bit more outside of just ring mouths and in the deep desert. Well, the people that said Dune was dead, here we are waiting for an update. Well, exactly, JP Navia. I think that Nightbot thought that the dead.here.we was a link. Yeah. Oop, the ads are here. Ugh. Now the challenge will be though, I'm gonna come up with a situation where like I'm gonna harvest one of these or come to one of these and someone else will have already harvested it because I've shown it now. Like this one that doesn't appear to be here. Is that worm thought? That's you know, that's just the God Emperor. Did it try and land on top of that spire? I think it did. It doesn't always spawn. You were doing the same the other day? Ah, that makes sense. If it doesn't always spawn, it won't always be there. If anyone is wondering where B is, he's right next to me. You can't see on that camera right now. He's right here. He's right next to me. He is cute, isn't he? He knows it. That's the problem, because he's real loud about it. That's not... Did I change this password at some point and not update my notes? Let's go to the Dune server and get that password. I likely updated the password for the server and didn't update my list. That hasn't changed. What are we going to bet that I just can't type? Yeah, I just can't type. If I copied and pasted it, it was fine. Who would have guessed? I mean, my caps are on. They definitely weren't. I was just typing a message to one of the community managers of Funcom at the time. I think I would have noticed if it was in capital. I hope I would have noticed if it was in all capitals. I'm now going to go and look and make sure I didn't just write my message to them in full capitals. I will be live every day this week. Rah! This is what it sounds like. Oh, someone's actually made a base on this one. When you get to Steve Bonnet, let me know and I can show you the tourism site of the carrier of the Rift. Is it still down there, Jaron? I'll come to Steve Bonnet now, just to see it. Fuck it. If you add me to a party, Charon, when I land, I'll do that one now. I'm not typing that password. Jeez. Clarence, why would you do that? Why would you write a password that's ridiculous? Why would you do that? It's 4 words. One of them's 3 syllables long. Monster. That's what I am. Your wife has all of your small containers in the storage lined up and you go and grab one and turn it backwards so it breaks up the pattern. If I did that, Demnar would probably have some kind of like aneurysm and explode. If I wanted to watch Demnar die live on air, that's what I would do. I'd just start turning boxes around and just winding him up. Yeah. What do you know about staying awake all night? That's our next task. We're gonna go see. We'll go see the Carrier of the Rocks. The Carrier of the Rift. Sorry, it's different. It's like the Thopter of the Rocks, but longer term. Yeah, you're a good boy, Bailey. You're okay. This is still funny to me. That it sometimes gets a little bit confused about the geometry on this area. You can turn it backwards if they're not placed close enough? Wow. Yeah, if you can turn it back, well, theoretically, there's like a 1 pixel width area that you would be able to place it in, provided it's working properly. Okay, sweet. We have got flower sand here. I can leave the carrier box afterwards. You just built the replacement? Oh, no. You'll be coming back to Dune tomorrow of the new Siege Breakers update on Helldivers 2. What's the Siege Breakers update on Helldivers? I'll be honest with you, I still haven't been back to Helldivers since the whole Sony thing. I think that for me, like, when that happened, I just kind of lost interest in Helldivers. I no longer get, like, the dopamine feeling. Like, the forewarning of dopamine that one would get about a new game. When I think about Helldivers, I'm just a bit like, eh. I feel decidedly, ambivalent about Helldivers now. I know that they turned it all around, they've done better, but like, I got to a point in the progression where I was like, I'm just playing for playing's sake and it's no longer fun, a bit like I did with Dune. Like, I don't like playing for playing's sake, so if there's more progression in the game, great, but what's at the end of that progression? Why do I want to go back and do that progression? Legally distinct Warhammer 40k weapons, so basically they've given you thunder hammers. Okay. Hello, Sindri. How are you? I need to speak to Mahoodles as well, actually. That reminds me. I didn't hear back from her. I hope she's okay. We've got Sarsen to pick up soon. You know, we've just gone from one scam MMO to see if we can check out the other one. Well, you can do that. You can do what? What do you mean, Templar? You mean you can harvest some flower sand safely still? Yes. Now, I would be clear, there are parts of this that are definitely not safe. Like, if I go to... I think here, we'll start seeing worm sign. Yeah, see, there is some worm sign here, but there are bits that you can get to without it. Oh, shoot in the same spot, yeah. You shoot in the same spot, it'll open a wider radius. If we do 5 shots here in the same spot, and we just do 1 shot here, you'll see that the radius on the 5 shots should be wider, theoretically. This is what we were testing beforehand. See, that gathered everything inside this area. This only gathered everything that's in the one very small area. Now, you should still get 70 from that. Yeah, we still got 70 from that. Whereas this one, we get 70... Oh, that was 1. 70 again. 70 again. Ah, full. Yeah, it's a nice way of getting a wider radius on it. As far as I understand, though, it doesn't work on Spice. When we tested it on Spice, it was far less consistent than when we did it on Flower Sand. And obviously, it depends on the area that you're doing it, because obviously, if you've got overlapping circles, you won't have quite as efficient. So you might be able to do it in 4 or even 3 attacks rather than what you're doing with the 5. Here, we'll do 5 because, you know, there's quite a lot of spice there. Again, here, not dense, but it's quite a large area, so we can do that. And then 1... My basic aim for when I'm doing this is to make kind of trips on and off of the area where there are where there's worm sign. If you go on and off of the area where the worm sign, you can kind of reset the worm aggro just to be a little bit more careful. The whole point of this is I'm still treating this like it's completely unsafe. If there's the slightest sound or some worm aggro that does pop up, or I hear a worm, I'm still gonna shit myself and cry. Are you still JP Navia, you mean, are you still playing on an official server? Is that what you're asking? We've never played on an official server. Right from day one, we switched to private server so that we can moderate our own community. And I'm very, very glad we did do that, because ultimately that meant that when people were exploiting, when people were using racial slurs because they couldn't PvP, we were able to ban them ourselves without having to go via Funcom. And ban them I did, very happily. If you are bad enough at PvP, the only form of PvP that you can do well in is PvP in written form by calling someone racial slurs, you get banned real fast. But the problem at launch was you couldn't ban people from private servers. Instead, we worked out with Nitrado a really fun, different method. Because you couldn't ban someone, what you could do is reset their account progress. And because of the way that the account progress in the game works, every 10 minutes there is some kind of trigger. So every 6 minutes, so 10 times an hour, there is like a trigger, I think, where the game kind of saves or checks your game file. We worked out that we could utilize that trigger to reset someone's game progress if they were on a preset list. So on the first attempt for somebody using racial slurs, we wiped their account progress. Then when they continued to do it because they were mad about, you know, getting told off for using racial slurs, we just set it so that it reset their account progress every 6 or 12 minutes. You're logging on, you're playing the game. Oh no, my account progress was reset. I was disconnected and I've logged back in and I can't progress my account anymore. I wonder what's happening. I have absolutely no sympathy. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you think that it's acceptable to call someone racial slurs or homophobic comments because they've beaten you in PvP, you don't deserve to be on the server.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Was it like to me ban people? I will happily ban people. Like, I think that online these days there is a distinct lack of people who have the balls to ban people. If someone has broken the terms of service of your game, remove them from your game. Remove them from your communities. Make your community safer. Don't leave them around to, you know, course correct themselves, because they fucking won't. This is what that's why I was so cross about the Ashes of Creation viewpoint of, oh, we're allowing them the time so they can self-course correct. No, they won't do that. These people are RNTing. These people are literally abusing the game. They are talking in the global chat about killing Jewish people or killing trans people, killing the LGBT community. These people won't self-course correct. That's ludicrous. Ban them. Teach them the lesson and keep your community safe inside the game. It's not that deep. Like, it blows my mind to get that kind of response from from people who wanted to be MMO creators. Like, you cannot create an MMO and say, oh, well, they only said racial slurs in chat over a 15-minute period, and therefore we're going to give them a chance. What? What? Huh? Ah, sorry, officer, I only killed people for 15 minutes, and therefore I should be given another chance. Are you playing ultra wide, or is half the HUD missing? There we go. Yuxicol, we are indeed playing ultra wide. You can now see quite how much of my screen is is here. It is indeed ultra wide. Hello. Yeah, what you guys can see from about here to here. That's kind of the breadth of what you see. So I've only got, you know, basically it's a bit like having two vertical screens here and here at the side.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
It. Okay, we wanted to go into the rift for Charon to see if we can find the carrier of the rift. I can see that we've got access to a vehicle 200 meters away. We'll put this carrier in here, and then, because this counts as enclosed. So, in here, we're going to be completely safe from the storm. Why have I got a vehicle sign up here? Wrong server.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It was my Christmas present to myself, Kaibo. That was, this is what it was on sale, so I got it for, like, half price, which is really nice. Yeah, I have co-owner on your new carrier. Cool. That might be why I'm seeing that icon, although it's in the wrong place. How far along did it go? Whoops, a little bit too high there. What? The northwestern end of the rift. Oh, okay, we'll fly through it this way. Did we dodge the storm? No, we didn't dodge the storm. It's still there. Nope. This height. You missed a server transfer? Nope. I'm in I'm on a different server, yeah. Yeah, but maybe there's still hope, yeah. How come every time I'm buying, Someone just passed you? Sweet. Ooh, look. Down here? I don't actually know if this is Charon or not. Looks like a 40-inch monitor. It's 49. Yeah. Remember, you're at kind of this angle. You're at quite an oblique angle. You're looking kind of at that angle directly at the screen. So you're 45 degrees onto the screen. Yeah. It's one of the Samsung ultra wides. One of those ones. Oh, you just parked by the Rift carrier? Ah, that's your base. Sharon, you probably should add me to a party, like I said. It would be a lot easier for me to find you. What I was waiting for. You can transfer to Henry Morgan. You should be able to transfer to any of them. Yeah, it's Jordy. We are going to be here for the new. There we go. Yeah, we're here for the new patch tomorrow. We will be back in June. I've always said I'll be back in June when there's more content. Oh no. Oh yeah, it's one of these rocks. Yeah, okay. Did I break my suspensor belt? I did, didn't I? That's just the worst. Do we have a vehicle repair tool on us? We do, don't we? Let's see if we can highlight it for chat. So this is Charon's Doctor. You can see in there you've got elements that are, you know, tucked away. So you've got a few wings here. Yeah, this is the carrier of the rocks. Maybe I could ask the devs tonight what can be done about these kind of things, because How does this happen? Many months ago, there was a bug with terrain where sometimes you would sink through it. They've subsequently fixed the bug, but this hasn't been destroyed because it's inside the rift. Is the whole thing intact still, Charon? I'm wondering if with the carrier body, it might change things. Fully intact. I wonder. You've probably done a lot of this, Charon, so I don't want to repeat it too much. Can somebody grab me a clip? Restore any words once it's destroyed. And this isn't destroyed. As you can see, this is fully intact. If someone can grab me a clip, I'll raise it today when I speak to the devs. What is this screen? You thought it was overkill? You know, I just figured I'd give myself a present, and flying an ornithopter is great fun. That's not tight. There we go. Why flowing into the rock? This sank into the rocks. You've got someone rocket launcher. It's not a PvP zone. How many people are online on this server? Thank you, Luther. I appreciate it. I have a las gun. I do, but I need to put. I would need to convert this into a PvP area first. If no one's online, I can probably do it, and we'll try that out. Let's fly back to our carrier. Get that back to the Haga Basin on the correct server. Yes, Luther, I might be able to destroy the vehicle. So what I'm going to have... Abdullah, this is Dune Awakening. So this is Funcom's Dune game from the Dune franchise. They released it on the 5th of June 2025. There's a big update coming tomorrow. Abdullah. Didn't they add an option for recalling a vehicle in the Chapter 3 update? I don't know if recalling a carrier will work. Yeah, I mean, tomorrow's update is huge. It's a complete overhaul of the end game. It's adding new content. It's fixing all the things that we've been concerned about. There's a huge amount of stuff being changed there. You come above, you'll see your base in the new carrier partner. You were parking there in the storm and it flipped randomly into the rocks while he was still in it. It came to a landing in that spot after falling through the world, tried to fly out, was stuck, so you force crashed your game in the hopes of it popping you back in world with a thought through and it didn't. Wow. The new vehicle relocation feature in the vehicle battle allows you to move any vehicle on the same map at the same cost of recovering a vehicle. So you Scott, what we'll try today is I'll try and destroy it. If that doesn't work, then yes, we will be able to rely on that tomorrow. Yeah. And these are all the features that we've been asking for a while. You know, features that will allow us to get things back if they're lost. things that you really need in a survival game, because ultimately in a survival game, the assets that you gain and the items that you have are your strength. They are ultimately how you progress in the game. To lose those is losing progression. That was our problem originally. You know, we lost a bunch of Thopters very early on. A lot of people were very frustrated because losing a Thopter, especially early on in the game, is very, very detrimental. Losing an Assault Ornithopter when it's your only, like, Mark 6, for example, makes such a big difference that some people quit the game fully. I don't actually know if that's confirmed for being in yet, Yuxicol. There were some problems, I believe, with it on testing, so I need to find out. I'll likely find out this afternoon whether that system is actually in. But for now, what I can do is I can fly this container back home. I can leave the carrier there. I can bring my Assault Ornithopter back out equipped with rockets. I can bring my rocket launchers back. I can set PvP enabled on this server, which I can't remember which one I was actually on. Was that Charles? That was Calico Jack? No. Steve Bonnet, I think that one we were watched on. So if I go into my Nitrada server list, I can turn PvP on for all of... That's the wrong browser. I need Brave. So if I go to my Nitrado server browser... Steve Bonnet ends 40. Oh, you have to verify that I'm human. That's going to be a challenge. You've got a deep desert base. They'll fire up to 40 meters vertically downward through the A-band rocks. What? 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 10-4. Okay, that one. Are you serious? Do those both end in the same 5 numbers? No. Maybe my brain just doesn't work. Maybe that's what's going on. That I wouldn't put that one past me, to be honest with you. I mean, yeah, losing a carrier is devastating. As a solo player, you know, losing a carrier would potentially end the game for you entirely. It freaks out the place when it tries to move to a safe place just on the sand under the rocks. Yes, that's what's happened with Charons here. It's been moved to the safe spot underneath the rock there, which is one of the reasons why it's so necessary to have these reclamation systems that we've been asking for a long time. Do I think that Chapter 3 could bring back and keep players? For yes, and I believe that it will bring players back. I don't know if it will keep them forever, but I want to be really clear. I fundamentally disagree with the idea of a forever game. For me, a forever game doesn't exist. There is almost no game that for me I will play forever every single day, log into without fail, and I won't play other games. It's not in my nature. It is almost completely opposed to how I play games in general. Even EVE Online, it was never the only game I played. I took breaks, I came back to it. I wouldn't even play EVE all day every day. It would be okay, well, I'm going to log on to EVE for a couple of hours, do some mining, and now I'm actually going to go back and, you know, I'm going to go and play Rome Total War. I'm going to go and play, you know, Civilization. I'm going to go do something else. Like, I don't like or believe in the idea of a forever game, because I think that it's... How to describe this? Most of us grew up with the games like, you know, Mario Kart. Like, not Mario Kart, like Super Mario, like Pokemon, like, you know, other things where if you died or you finished the game, that was completely fine. Like, you know, that's part of what you're doing. Like, you're not meant to play forever. You weren't meant to do those games until the cows came home. You're meant to play them until you finished them, and then you would move on to another game. That's what I think that is better with game. Like, when a game has an ending and you can be like, you know what, I've played that game all the way through, I've really enjoyed it, I've had my time with it, and now I'm done. That's a healthy way of playing a game. But to feel compelled to go back to a game and to be unable to take a break because it's your forever game, I don't know, for me, if I would consider that healthy for the way that my behaviors work. done level 200. Level 200 you have to actually like try to do if you are looking, if that's what you're wanting to do. And again, I got level 200 kind of just by every week I would log in and I would scan the entirety of the deep desert. That was getting me enough XP that's how I hit level 200. You never left Dune as you bought it. You're at 1,700 hours in game. Well, exactly, Spook. You know, it's good going. But that's different. That's like I say, it's different for you than it is different for me. Like for me, I don't tend to have forever games. If some people do, I'm not going to say it's wrong, but you just need. It's about people. One of the worst sets of behaviors I see from people is people just being unable to take a break at all. I like this. This is nice. These are cool layouts. People who can't take a break from a game. I just don't think it's healthy. Sometimes you need to take a break from a game. Like it's not something you should always do forever. Just learn these. I don't need them. Clapper Mark IV. Don't even use those. Aluminum. Which should be about here. No, a little bit too far. Should be like here. Aluminium dust. You're level 90, 195, 9 out of 10? 9 out of 10? Oh, 90%. You mean there? Okay. Yeah, it's pretty good progress. I'm not surprised. You know, you've played an awful lot, Spook. I'd be surprised if you weren't in the 190s. But as far as I understand it, it takes as much XP to get from 185 to 200 as it does from 0 to 185. So it's a bit like the RuneScape method in that regard. It's been so long since I made silicon blocks that I'm having a brain moment. I'm fairly sure I make them in a chemical refinery. We haven't made silicon blocks since they made the initial spice sand like areas where you used to be able to harvest it. Wait, how did running that make my power run out? I might just turn the spice build off. I don't need this. 186, there you go, yeah. So it's not far off. Well, we've definitely harvested, you know, a decent amount of flower sand, okay? Like, you know, we've got 10,000 left. That's another 3 batches, another 3,000 of it. So I feel like I've done my bit there. Where is the... 1 floor up? 2 floors up? I need to learn the layout of the base again. That's the problem. Luther and Demnar made this, and I visited it once before this, so I should remember the layout, but I just don't. Where was Hotel East and Hotel West? Was it even higher up? Yes, it was. Go to the crap bag. Named after Paul Rudd's character in Friends, of course. What else? Okay, then I will need to find where Luther started storing my chests. Every little thing first one late. Luther is not here right now. It's unhelpful. Raw ore. Demnar, please sort. Vehicle cells will be over here. That's fine. Why is that in there? So as some of you may know, I have a bit of a loadout rule. I always carry 5 large fuel cells at minimum, and then anything else. So I always carry, you know, 1,000 welding wire, a full welding torch. I always carry more than 1 suspense belt. I carry things because while it uses up some of my inventory space, it means that I'm very adaptable in the moment to switching what I'm doing. Most of the time, I'm just kind of bouncing around. Luther's in a meeting, exactly, yeah. How dare he? You know, I'm going to be honest. Recycler is there, so repair bench is here. Right. I do want to check. Charon, are you on your world? Has anybody spoken up saying that they are online in that Haga Basin chat? If it's only you online on that world, then I will take that world down temporarily. I just need to find my vehicle storage stuff that was... I had 2 chests in the old base that were specially set aside, and I don't know where those have ended up. Did not want to do that. Where would he have put those? That's the question. Vehicle repair. Just repair stuff. Ammo, healings. Is this going to have it? Maybe? It's got the ammo in it at the very least. It hasn't got the module in it, though. So, Luther found my ammunition stash. Hit the state, lads. Okay, so it's not any of those. Let's go and look downstairs in the storage location. We didn't look at all of the ones down here. Mechanical parts, actuators. These are all material components. Under Cronus' pillow, it's just sand. Definitely not spice. Okay, no spice in there. Cronus addiction. What do you mean addiction? Can't believe Devon will be breaking our new server rules. Residue only 1. Melange Epsilon, Melange Delta, Melange Gamma, Melange Beta. Okay, Charlie, I just basically need to bring the server down. I'll bring it back up with PvP enabled for just a second, and then I will again disable it afterwards. Spicy fuel cells, granite, plastone, salvage metal. Spare? Oh, it's got ores and stuff in it. We've got a lot of titanium. We'll probably need to harvest some stravidium today. Okay, so it's not in any of the... What's this one on the end? That's Luther's chest. I just don't know where Luther put my chest. And Luther rudely doesn't have the one module that I want him to have in this, so I can steal it. I mean, borrow it. That's a solid weekend spice? Yeah, you know, a couple of small containers of spice. Tubing, plates, okay. Oh, he put it in here. There we go. Put all of these in here for now. I have an idea for later. That's why. I could have sworn I had more than that, but that will do. I like to find out where Luther put all my stuff. Because it doesn't appear to have been mixed in. You got an okay from Splat? Very nice. I'll have to ask Luther when he's back on. I don't know where it went when he was building. This floor? Shit. Just realized that I need to transfer things a bit more effectively as well. That's not the most efficient way of doing it. You can land on top of the building, the on top so they get destroyed. At the moment, yes, Goat Shade. I need to move these carriers so they're a bit safer, so they're back in the rift. They just need to be put back in the rift where they're safe. I'm just sorting things out at the moment. There's a lot to be sorted out. I don't really need this stuff on me. It needs to go into crap bag instead. This is my bag of crap. Which is not as much volume as I expected in that one. Okay, we just need to grab... Wait, what? I messed up. Pretty sure I left the one module I actually wanted behind. Yeah. Did great there, didn't I? Did real great. The one module we need, not working. Sweet. On the side of the building, they count as enclosed. On the top, not quite. No. No. Big Mac sauce. Do that. Go for the vehicle repair tool. Take that back out. We then go to 8. We will remove the storage. Oh, that's a thrust. I thought that was a rocket launcher, not a thruster. My bad. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. That's helpful, of course, isn't it? I don't know why it's put it on as green. It's weird. Oh, Luther. Oh, Corey Tay, I lost the game too. God damn it. Can't believe you've done this to us. To believe. Unless Luther's put it up here. No, it's public donations. Oh, the ads are here, chat. Make sure that you are getting up and stretching. I will get up and do my stretches. I need to go and do those, so give me just a second. Please bear with, and thank you for your patience. Whoop. Right. I'll be back in just 1 second. Yeet. I did my stretches as promised, chat. I definitely didn't stand up too quickly and get dizzy as well when I got out of my chair and nearly walk into my door. That definitely didn't happen because none of you saw it. I'm just gonna send Luther a DM because I'd need to know. Okay, apparently I have to ask them now. Give me a second. I've asked them now where it is. Welcome back, everybody. I hope that you are doing well. Paul Conan is back exactly. Will they have any emotes for us that have been missing for this update? I asked them about that 2 weeks ago, Oberon. I will get an update on that today. Armor sets, class sets, equipment, tools, Mark 5 vehicle parts, Mark 6 vehicle storage, plates, fabric and leathers. On the bottom floor, oh, these ones. What about the big one? No, filters, vampire supplies, Demnar's chest. That's Demnar's. One second, chat.
Okay, chat, I can't do what I was going to do. Demnar and Luther can't tell me where my stuff is, so we can't help Taran out the way that I thought I was going to be able to. My only option is going to be to... I can't even remake the items I need to do this. Taran, I'm sorry, unfortunately you're gonna have to wait until Luther and Demnar can give me an answer. Sorry. Until then, we'll keep doing what we were doing. Demnar's in chat. Demnar can't tell me the answer through DMs. I don't know if Demnar can tell me through chat. Because this one has no access. This one has no access. Filters, no. Vampire supplies, no. Demnar's chest, no. I know where Luther's chest is, but I don't know where my chest is. What do I need? I need... Real blood, I just need all of my stuff. That's the problem. I've got... It's a bit like going into your house and not having access to any of your cupboards. I just need... I don't know especially what's in there that I do and don't need, but I know that I had a location where I kept all of my items for a reason, and now I don't have any of my items. Yeah, it's not great. I've told Luther and Demnar I'm not massively impressed. They'll get it to me in an hour or so, but it just means I have to wait to do the thing I was going to do. Yeah, Demnar, exactly, yeah. If it was your stuff, you'd be pretty pissed too. So I'm going to keep moving the carriers so they're not going to get killed by a sandstorm. You don't remember if my chest was labeled? My chests were both labeled. Both of them were labeled. In the old base. So again, if you're ever going to move someone else's stuff, you should make sure that they have access to their stuff after you've moved it, I think is probably what I would say. Hello? Yeah. Okay. Right. Sure. You're just jumping up. You've never jumped up there before, but that's now apparently what you do. Hello? Yes, you're such a lovely cat. He does know where the... I feel like cats can see some infrared light that cameras give off, because they do seem to, like, know when the camera is looking at them, when the camera is on, versus it's just like your phone. So maybe other cameras do that too? B saw the camera and was being a ham. B is definitely a ham. He's a full loaf. What you doing, baby boy? Have I seen the clip of the spider reacting to an iPhone's autofocus systems and IR burst? I have not, Xanatos. That sounds incredibly interesting. You don't control access, but definitely confirm if I can find it. If my chest was labeled, I would not have sorted it. Well, Demnar, given that your chest is there and Luther's chest is there, I find it very hard to believe that a labeled chest wouldn't have been sorted. Also, I know for a fact that you sorted out the chests on the top of the building in the old place that were labeled, so I don't really understand what you're saying. Robert, I appreciate the offer, but I don't know what I'm missing. And I'm not going to make someone else make it when it's just a matter of Luther and Demnar just need to give me access to all of the chests in the base. It's not that deep and difficult, to be honest with you. I don't want you wasting your resources making up for lack of organization on our part. I mean, sort the comes from your chest. Well, exactly, Demnar. I know you wouldn't have, so that's why I'm asking where my stuff is, actually. Actually, there's no point in me bringing this one. I can't do anything with it. Charon, is everything sorted and ready to go on your server? What do you mean by it can be? They're also getting rid of the fuel and water systems on this, which would be nice. Like these systems don't really do anything. This fuel here and this water bar, they don't do anything. So I believe they are getting rid of those in phase 3. You're in the eternal compiling shaders. That's all right, no, I understand. I know how it is. It's just this is something that I didn't really want to deal with live. Yeah, you're okay, B. You can settle down. It's fine. I know that you're enjoying the fact that the heat pad is on. So funny. What do we need for Charon? Demnar, I need all of my stuff. You don't need to worry about what I need. Just worry about getting me access to my stuff, and then I will solve what I need for Charon. Thank you, Charon. We're go. Good. You are working. Don't worry about what we need for Charon. Just worry about the actual problem, which is all of my stuff, which is now missing. All I want is my extra heal kits, my ammo, my weaponry, my armor, because I've only got my still 2 right now. I haven't even got armor. I need my stuff. There was a reason why it was set aside in one location. We don't need the cutscene, Arakeen. I don't like coming to the social hubs because I forget that I can't fly. Struggling slightly with Arakeen.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solar?
Why I'm Chrono Salty? I'm not so. I'm just kind of I want to log in and play the game, but unfortunately my housemates have moved all my items around. I don't know where they are anymore. Maybe myself was lost in a storm. If it was, then I would want to know why Demnard and Luther stuff wasn't lost in a storm either. When they disabled sensor dashing in social hubs, you lost your mind? I didn't even know. I don't use Suspensor Dash. I just wanted to use my Suspensor belts because I like flying everywhere. Why would I have my feet on the ground in a game if I can fly? Like, doesn't seem sensible. The social hub is good for Suspensor belt health? No, wrong. Not good for it's not good for Suspensor belt health because it makes me want to throw it around. Okay, so I haven't got anything saved up there of the stuff that I need. Well, yeah, the ground's dirty and dusty and sandy. Why would I want to walk on that? It's awful. It's sandy and dirty and it gets everywhere. Like, why would I go along the ground? Ugh. Ugh. Legs? Who wants legs? Why would I use legs? Horrifying. So I haven't got my missile launcher, I haven't got my assault rocket launcher, I haven't got my good las gun, I haven't got my sniper rifle, I haven't got any of the things that I need for that stuff. If you ever see a cat in public, it's your civic duty to assist that cat with whatever matters it is currently engaged in, regardless of legality or personal financial cost. Don't do illegal things because the cat asks you to, just to be clear. So, Glorious Black, I've been telling people, if you haven't logged on in 28 days, don't log into the server today, because if you log on to the server tomorrow after the update, you'll get the free welcome back kit. That's interesting. It's not counting as sheltered. Oops. Yeah, this base design doesn't work. Do you know what's in the welcome back kit? I assume I'll find that out later on today. When I spoke to the devs and suggested the kit itself and what would be needed for it, I said basically you want people to come back into the game at least at tier 4. If they were at tier 4, they deserve to have an ornithopter and a full set of tier 4 gear and the stuff to make the benches so that when they return, they can actually kind of like pick it back up on the game again. It's not about the resources. It's about the fact that it's my items that I put in a chest in my old base. Luther and Demnar decides to make a new base. I would have expected them as a point of decency, because they've sorted out their stuff and like both of their stuff, to also have done the same thing for mine and tell me where they put my items. They haven't done that, and that to me doesn't seem reasonable. Like, that's not the most fair thing that you can do to someone who's sharing a base with you, especially knowing that I was going live today and would probably want that stuff. We've looked through all of these. It's not any of those. The only one I haven't checked, I think, is the very, very end one, but that's, yeah, Landsrad. So I have checked this one. That's why I'm a little bit frustrated with the two of them, because realistically, that's not that fair to me. Because, like, Demnar stuff is all here. Luther's stuff is all down here. Where is the Chronos stuff? Where be? It's about decency. It's about being considerate of the people you share a base with. If someone did that to any of you guys in a base, I'd be people like, okay, just try and give the person whose stuff you've moved for them, give it back to them, because they need to have that stuff when they return to the game. Or processing egress. Ingress. Why do we have an ore processing ingress as well as the dump chest for raw ore upstairs? Deeper sympathies only? What? Assume because of the Ashes of Creation news, JB. Is that why the sympathies? Or it might be this one, but if it is this one, that's also ridiculous. The raw mats, we've got raw ore chests up top. Ingress is for circuit logic. Yeah, Luther's got it all set up for circuit logic, which is good. It needs to be done. But we've also got these chests up top. Whee! Some of these are for raw ore. We are loot goblins. The dump chest will be full of it. Yeah, see, these are raw ore. Oh, they're already full. Why have we got so much carbon? I'm not going to complain that much. We probably just need more iron as a result. So what? I mean, I'm just going to make the new items. I can't wait for Luther, and I'm not going to. We'll have to make new items. The steel-based economy is back. At this point, it looks like it's a flower sand-based economy. I'm not sure we've got enough spice melange, chat. That's the problem. I'm just not sure that we can spend this amount. It's going to stretch our supplies somewhat. Mr. Jesse, thank you so much for that resub. Tier 1, 8 months on an 8-month streak. You're an absolute legend. I hope you're enjoying your Bailey emotes. I should remember not to say his name while he's in the room trying to sleep. You think all filters use aluminium? Let's see. We've got a lot of advanced servox. It's the other ones that we're short on. Yeah, 2 crafts I'm out exactly. Yeah, not enough. Not enough. 70,000 melange is not going to be enough. Okay. We might need more melange, chat. Which might mean we need to take Thor spice harvesting at some point. The makeshifts use steel? Ah, that makes sense. All the crafting will output to the chest on the crafting floor, by the way. It would do. I just don't want to go. I just don't want to go over to that box. You felt good about your 22k as a solo. You'll go to the corner and cry. 22k as a solo is great, Salty Greybush. We've harvested 70k as a group of 3 from our share, but like as a solo, you've done incredibly well. With 22k is a huge amount. As far as I understand it, that's going to be enough for you to complete the new content without harvesting melange. So now I need to get those rockets, and I need to go get some missiles. Wait, that was up top. Whee! Vehicle, ammo. Here we go. I will need this again. Let's refuel this, and then we can get going to go and help Charon. It means I need to go restart their servers in a second. I don't know how many rockets we're going to need for this. It's been a while since we destroyed a carrier. A long while since we destroyed a carrier. Vehicle recovery tool only works once it's destroyed, so we've got to destroy it first. We've got to go and destroy Charon's carrier, which means I need to go and set their server to be PvP and bring it down. If it doesn't work, tomorrow we can use the new vehicle recovery system that they're creating. I didn't tell you to open Belit. I told you to open... That categorically is not Anne Bonny, the one I just selected. I must have written that wrong. Shit. These were never wrong before. How have the IP addresses all changed for the servers? What the fuck? I think I'm having a stronk. Yeah, okay, so the IP address has just fundamentally changed on all of these servers. That's not ideal. Okay, Blackboard. That should be Henry Morgan. No, it... Oh, okay, well, that's just the wrong IP address, but fine. Found the correct one, finally. Tools, World Manager, General. Enable security zones on your Haga Basin server. When enabled, PvP is only allowed in designated areas. When disabled, PvP is allowed throughout the entire Haga Basin. Save changes. The first server change I made in a long time. Want me to move this? Here we go. Let me move this for you. There you go. You can put your face down that way. Okay, Steve Bonnet is going to go down, and then it's going to restart. Server is now shutting down. Average sysadmin moment? Yeah, apparently they just decided that all of the IP addresses would change out of the blue, which is not ideal. Okay. Okay, Steve Bonnet is being started back up again. Be aware that the Steve Bonnet is now fully PvP enabled. It didn't reboot yet. It definitely should have rebooted. It might take a while for it to kick you out afterwards. That's why. It sometimes takes a little while for the server to actually, like, know that it's been shut down. Just... "1 p.m. or noon is the clock point closest to your base." If I go to 1 p.m. Fine. No, not that one. I need to exit the server. Let's check to make sure that Steve Bonnet is back up. It says it is. So we go private NA East. Steve Morgan is still not showing. Wait for it to come back up properly. Right between 1 and noon. Yeah, the client's disconnect grace period. Well, yeah, the server itself wouldn't have been updated after the client had the disconnect period. But yeah, it's the same system. Where's the sun? You love the big new storage box? The new storage box is great. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, still not up yet, apparently. How do you make the big storage boxes? When I can log into a map, I'll show you, because I can do it more easily once I'm actually in the game. They're made in the large vehicle storage creation bench. Let's do this. There we go. Steve Bonnet. One o'clock position on Steve Bonnet. Is the game going to work the window? It's because I've got this, Zephron. The game doesn't appear to know that I'm in a PvP area, so I'm going to assume that all PvP is on by default. Charon's base was... Talk about tactical advantage. I mean, it kind of is, isn't it? Right, the quickest way to find it is to go along to Charon's base, which is slightly higher up. Which app cannot handle it, so you have to minimize the follow intro on the left or it would cut off the view? That sounds about right, yeah. Well, it's pretty much directly underneath Charon's base, so now that that's loaded in... Oh. The server's a bit upset just after the restart, so give it a moment. Not seen that for a long time, because I don't restart the servers manually anymore. Mine's doing that too? Yeah, it's because I've restarted this server, I think. It's just a little bit upsetto spaghetto. We'll wait till the ping levels out and then we'll go from there. In waiting room if you want comms while the game finishes the shader reload. Can do that. Bonjour.
I am vastly amused by this outcome. If nothing comes of it, I already have a replacement carrier. It's fine. But, I mean, experimentation.
I don't actually know if it's going to do any damage, but we're going to see.
I have no idea. I've had a couple of the pieces off that are projecting, and then I get nervous and I put them back.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh. Okay, well, we didn't have any issues with ping, and then all of a sudden we do. This is weird. I'm just gonna go to the main menu and restart and relog.
That's fair.
Nihilus, small mic, Charon. Okay.
Yeah, I figured you'd just see it and get a giggle this morning, and then you're like,
Yeah, but ultimately you shouldn't have to deal
Right.
with this. Like, it's not fair on you to be dealing with it. And I'm kind of, I thought it had been destroyed, or just kind of, I had kind of forgotten about it, to be honest with you.
It's fine. It's a meme. It's hilarious.
That wing.
It was really upsetting when it happened, but I've had enough time and distance from it that it's mostly just funny now.
Okay, now I'm doing damage.
Oh, good.
There goes that wing.
I should have brought my last
Yay!
one.
That wing is now completely shredded, and we need to see if I can actually destroy the whole thing. That's be the challenge.
Yep.
See if these rockets, because rockets are meant to do more, I think, to the chassis of something. There's meant to be more kind of damage overflow from them, but if it's not working with the rockets, then I'll just switch to using the lasgun again. But it's more fun just kind of doing... Oh, about to overheat. Let's not do that. If you can aim deeper, I can't aim through the rock, so you're better off now that the splash damage exists. So when you damage one part of a vehicle, the damage kind of overflows onto other parts. We should hopefully start seeing now damage done to the other wings. That's kind of what I'm going to see. Oh, there you go. You can fire that. Do this.
This is kind of a Hail Mary pass on it anyway. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it does,
Well, yeah, I mean,
awesome.
worst case scenario, tomorrow you should be able to use the vehicle reclaim system to retain those items. It doesn't seem to be overflowing onto the wings. Do it on this one wing and see if it's overflowing onto the wing by its side. Because when we're damaging this wing, the damage should theoretically overflow into the rest of the carrier. I'm still colliding with the invisible wing, which is fun. Oh, something else just exploded internally.
Nice.
I'm
Woohoo!
not sure what it was. Wings seem to be taking damage. I think for a second we saw the generator.
Nice.
Okay, well, if something else is exploding, that means that we'll keep doing this. It's obviously working. Let's see. Why not push them under to break it apart, Nami? Because they'll fall through the world. Oh, ping's jumped up again. Interesting.
And you can't push it.
Can't push it. Yeah, it's locked onto the ground. You don't. If I don't, well, you can make a carrier. Charon's already got a carrier. To be clear, you don't need to replace the carrier. The offers to replace it are nice. It's more that this shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah.
Interestingly, because of my ping, I don't need to be doing any more. Why is my ping suddenly jumped up again? I might restart my game.
Okay. So I know you read it earlier, but for anyone that wasn't here at the time, what happened was there was a storm. I was in the middle of trying to park my carrier in my base above this point, and I bumped the wall wrong or something. I don't know exactly, but suddenly my screen just completely spazzed out, and I was outside of the world, still flying the carrier.
Out.
And
You were outside of the world, flying the. Surprised you didn't die.
Mhm,
Surprised that you didn't
mhm.
die.
And I was under the rocks, and I tried to wiggle around, bump it against the rock to get out. Um, Nothing worked, and after a couple of minutes, I figured, well, I'm going to do the Hail Mary thing of any MMO when you are outside of the world, and I force exited the game, hoping that it would automatically revert me and my carrier into the actual world when I came back, because it was stuck in the rock. And I relogged, and sure enough, it bumped me back into the main world, but the carrier was lost.
Not ideal. I can see that's upsetting.
The worst part about it is that it was the first time it had ever been used
Oh no.
for anything other than testing the size of the parking base.
Oh.
I had dropped off the buggy, because I'd been doing buggy mining with my partner, and I had dropped my partner off in the buggy, and I was trying to reposition to park in front of the buggy, and that's when everything hit the fan.
Okay, Nami,
Like,
if you're Nami, if you say that you go through the map to recover some people all the time, it's not that hard. Do you want to provide a walkthrough on how you do it? Because we've tried that here, exactly the normal method, and people fall through the world. We've tested this before. Like, you're not use a buggy with them in it, then use another carrier to push them through. If the carrier's on something, there's a collidable surface, so the buggy will just hang someplace. That doesn't work here. That doesn't work. We've tried. Again,
This has been stuck here.
it's been here for like 2 months now.
Since October.
October, so 3 months, nearly 4.
There have been many attempts, but you are the first one that's had the power to actually turn PvP on. Although you are not the first person to try and lasgun and rocket it.
Something just detonated internally, so that's interesting.
Yay!
It's making all kinds of interesting noises. Yep. Boom.
Oh, music to my ears.
We're mining carriers here, chat.
But yeah, I had made it the day before, or like 2 or 3 days before, and I had used it to make sure that my parking bays were the right size, and then my partner was available, and we went out, we were buggy mining, and a storm was coming, and so it's like, okay, let's go park. And stay out of the storm, let it pass, and then, nope.
How much health are they giving carriers?
Too much. Too much for this circumstance. Not enough in other circumstances.
Yeah, not enough of you being attacked, but too much if you're trying to destroy a carrier that's locked inside the rocks. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. It doesn't help that this is basically pristine and it's got like maybe 1 or 2% damage to the wings by default from having been blown around. Although it's got more damage now. Thank you. Whoa! I just want to reconnect.
Something's detonated.
Something happened.
Woohoo! Yeah.
It can no longer be targeted for repair, so I'm going to assume the chassis just detonated. Can you try using the recover part of the tool to see if you can recover the carrier?
I am still on loading screen trying to get into the...
How could you?
I know, the betrayal.
Vehicle is
We're
wrecked,
okay.
yeah, so it should now be able to be, if I do this, it shouldn't still have ticks. Oh, it does. Don't destroy that one. Don't destroy the intact...
Shit. Fuck it up. Did I fuck it up?
There's nothing more we can do now. So...
Alright.
Oh,
P34.
the ads are here.
Okay.
Bear with chat. I do like the Haga Rift. The reason that I didn't want anyone to destroy that last final piece of intact stuff was because that was the one that we could use to check the rest of the ship for how damaged it was. But now I can't do that, so there's nothing more that we can do.
Are you still loading in? Alphabet errors? Oh no. I would completely restart your client. Oh. Ah, of course. Yes, I forgot that you've got internet that makes copper wire look fast. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. You're in the world. Nice. Start doing 200 ping. That's not the worst. I like that you've got more ping from mainland US to US than I do from EU to US. That's fun. But yeah, with the vehicle backup tool, you should now, under the restore option, have the option to restore your carrier, I would hope. You probably don't want to do that inside, just to be clear. I can move off the top of your house if that would be easier. Just start to play. I wonder if I should finish the tutorial on a public server and transfer after. I should start a new character on the server now. Salt Graffiti, if you've just started to play, it's probably worth just starting the new server. I'll be honest with you. I found that when you do restart on this game, it's very, very quick to get restarted because you know what you're doing. Okay, so basically, yeah, get your vehicle backup tool out and see if you can restore the carrier. What's it saying? Why? Why would it not be showing up? That's very strange, actually. I don't know why it wouldn't be showing up. If you come down to it and see that it's wrecked, what happens? Yeah, is there anything you can do to interact with it once you're down there? Is this thing fully assembled, or have you taken parts off of it? Didn't ask about the new one. I just want to know. I don't want to know about the new one. You're just going to confuse the issue on that one. Okay, I'll keep damaging it, see if it needs any more wrecking. If there's still 2 intact wings, there shouldn't be. Okay, I can't access anything with the repair tool. Are you down here now? Because the repair tool just says that it's just wrecked. There's no highlighting of anything left. Oh, actually, no, that's weird. It shouldn't let you detach broken items, I thought. Hmm. You're talking about detach rather than repair. Yeah. Under repair, do you have any options? Okay. These wings have disappeared. That's a good sign. It should let you... See, the chassis is wrecked, Sherpa. That's the whole point. As far as I understand it, because it's now wrecked, you can't repair any of these parts until you repair the chassis. The vehicle as a whole is wrecked, so this is why I really wanted to have one of the wings fully intact so I could see it. That was kind of... Destroying each of the wings individually was not helpful, unfortunately, because we only need to damage one to do the overflow, so we should have just done damage on one wing. Why did that stop firing? Worst case scenario, it should be recoverable tomorrow, or I can ask the devs on my call with them at 5 o'clock about the, about how that's going to work. To be honest with you, if it's not going to be resolved by the vehicle recovery tool, I will ask Funcom on a Trotter to delete the ID for this vehicle from the server, because you shouldn't be taking up a vehicle slot. And also, I'm not going to lie, this will likely cause ping issues in this area. This is not an asset that should be there. It's going to be interacting with that ground and that terrain. It's not something I would want to leave if I have the option. There is PvP in this game, Ironel Hacksong, yes, and it depends on the server that you're on, but we can currently PvP all areas here. I could theoretically kill, you know, but I'm not going to. Well, no, see, Glorious, it's already been replaced. This isn't really about the carrier or the parts on it. It's more about the fact that this is bugged and it shouldn't be bugged and we should fix the bug out of principle. It's not about somebody has lost the items, etc. Because we can replace those parts, and I'm sure Charon's replaced them like 3 times over by now. But this shouldn't be a thing. This should not be a thing. You also need to get a deleted scout that's in your tool but can't get out, if that's possible now. I need to know more details, Real Blood. A deleted scout that's in your tool but you can't get... I don't know what you mean by that. And if I want the devs to deal with that, I need more detail. I need like a bug report. I need actual hard detail on the vehicle number, your user account, all kinds of stuff to make that happen. So that's not just a one message in Twitch chat thing. You need to make a ticket on the Dune Discord server for that. Because these are, like, you shouldn't have vehicles that you can't summon. You shouldn't have... You made a ticket about it, what, on which server? Our server or their server? Do I have access to that information? Okay, fine. Ping me in that ticket so I have it for when I have my meeting with the devs later, because I can't... I'm one person. It's closed, you can't? Then make a new ticket. You haven't got an open ticket then. I need an open ticket so I can communicate with you directly, not using Twitch chat, Real Blood. But I can't have a conversation with the devs later when I'm not live and have a conversation with you via Twitch chat. I need an open ticket. Well, I said, do you have an open ticket on the servers? Yeah, I won't be able to relay via Twitch chat because I can't be live during an NDA'd conversation. It's not a thing. Like. Interesting. Look at him. The Baba. Adorable. He's just having a slip. Are we sure the patch actually dropping? There have been no announcements or any kind besides that dev blog. As far as I know, tomorrow is the release. That's what I've been told. Let me go check. We've finally confirmed the date for Chapter 3 release, and it's coming in next week on February the 3rd. You should expect the update to be deployed and available in the early afternoon CET. Early afternoon Central European time. So that's a thing. That's still a thing. Yep, Chapter 3 dropping on the 3rd. Still a thing according to the pings that I've seen. And I have a call with them in just under 3 hours. But I will be ending early to write my questions out, etc. Preparing. Okay, let me change my server back to where I need to be. Are you supposed to see B? No, I showed you guys a photo because he's not on the side of me where the camera currently works. Well, there currently is a camera. I've got this. Oh wait, why is my camera not on? Okay, that would be why you couldn't see B. There we go. Look at him. He's next to me. Is it the Discord call they're doing? Yes, Joy. It is, yeah. That's the call with the devs, but it's not streamable. It's under NDA. That's all right. Well, tomorrow there should be some stuff coming in for the game where you should be able to relocate a vehicle as long as you're in the same siege as it, by my understanding. So we should see tomorrow if you can reclaim it then. If not, like I said, I'll just need to get the ID number from you from your log so that you can delete it from your logs and not have it just sitting there in the game. And I'll see if I can get it removed. Yeah, Joy. Yeah, 5 p.m. That's the one. So I figured I'd go live early today and do a shorter stream, but so I could attend the Dune dev talk. To pay to bay? Exactly. May make a base up here. Yeah, it's where the devs are going to be taking a bunch of questions from content creators, making sure that we are set up tomorrow to be able to actually answer those questions appropriately. Which I think is nice for them to do, to be fair. Right. Okay. Now, here we go. Ah, yes. This is where my other missile launcher now lives. Okie dokie. Yeah, let me know. Thank you for stopping by. Apologies we couldn't get it solved immediately, but... Yep. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that does make sense. Right, I am going to have to unfortunately restart that server again because I want to put PvP back on. Probably, you know, don't all want to be stuck in PvP hell, you know. You think I'll go with the suggest server? That is good to know, Joy. I will change the password and send it to you. The password for Tortuga Discord, you want to use exclamation point Dune Discord for that. Right, that server is now down. Let's wait for it to come back up. Meanwhile, let's get my actual weapons that I want. Can I take all of these? Nearly. Well, Sabu, I believe that the point of joining the others is that they actually have all of their stuff they're going to transfer over using the server transfer system. So hopefully the people who are transferring shouldn't need quick start Ornies is the idea. People who are transferring who haven't got their stuff anymore, however, that's going to be a different matter. So Joy should be good, but there might be members of her community instead who don't have those items still, which I think will be the issue. So it's less likely to be Joy that needs the Mark IV Orni, and probably members of her community who might have stepped away from the game for a while and might have lost all of their stuff. A bit like on our server, we've had people going around maintaining bases with their fuel here. I know Joy's guild have been doing the same thing, but there will still likely be people who have missed out and lost out on stuff over time. Oh no, you need to log back in. Mr. Greggles, hello. Your base is still there. I fueled your base 3 weeks ago, and so it should have just run out yesterday. You haven't never played? Download tomorrow to patch and give it a go. Very nice, Nick Knack Snake. Yeah, it's a good time to be getting into the game with some new content being released and with there being a whole set around, you know, being welcomed back to the game. You know, a complete overhaul of the end game. It's a good time, I think, to be coming back into the game. That server is already restarting, Oberon. I've already got it. It's already coming back up. It says server is restarting, so it's doing stuff. Greg, if you've been out for 28 days, if you don't join until tomorrow after the patch, you'll get a welcome back pack with some resources. I don't know what's in them. I'm going to ask this this afternoon, but that's a thing. Yeah. Joy is indeed joining us. Someone's just he's just completely passed out. Look at him. He's just having a nap. So yes, I've communicated to JoJo's community that our Deep Desert culture is broadly, I don't really give a fuck what you do rule-wise as long as you're not exploiting, harassing others, abusing them, being toxic. I don't care about things like PvP drama. I don't care if you want to PvP or don't want to PvP. If you're in the PvP part of the Deep Desert and you get PvP, don't cry to me because I won't care. As long as they've not broken server rules, they've not utilized an exploit to do that, I don't give a fuck. The overall culture in our server might be that, you know, people don't tend to PvP each other openly, you know, without warning, but that's the culture. That's not the rules of the Deep Desert. So I would be very clear to everyone that, if you are used to our Deep Desert being safe, don't assume it will be safe when new players join, because some of them will be looking for PvP. I will be looking for PvP. Do not assume that the servers will be safe now just because you're returning and the culture, you know, used to be a certain way. Because that culture can and should change over time, and ultimately I don't want a server full of Care Bears. There is a PvP element to this, so if people do want to actually PvP, I'm not going to stop them and say that's actually against the rules, because it isn't. We don't have a server rule about no PvP. That's not a thing. So be aware that you might get PvP'd if you come back and you're in the Deep Desert, because I don't know what the culture will end up being like. The culture will change. You'll be looking for a specific PvP player, Rod Slider. Well, you have to see. I do believe that Rod himself is actually returning. So yeah, you know, you might be good. Disguise, nobody knows. Oh, well, I've got one glow tube. There's also a nice expanded bank. Look at this. It's got 30,000 wait slots. Is there a list out that tells about server mergers yet? Yes, there is, Azure Draconis. When you log into the game as well, you will see that there is an update on that. Landsred is now in session. Nice. Tomorrow we'll have new stuff. You spelled it wrong? That's, yeah, I can see why you would. It's a very complicated password. Why is the Atreides vendor so far away? You're so dyslexic? How dare you be dyslexic? No, I'm kidding. But yeah, Greg, tomorrow a huge update for the game. If you're back in, you're more than welcome to join anyone where they're playing. But like, yeah, there's a huge amount of update coming tomorrow to the game where we'll be covering off complete overhaul to the end game, new content for Chapter 3, new cosmetics, server transfers obviously alive. There's a huge amount, I think, to bring life back to the game. And I'm glad to hear there's going to be basically dozens more hours, if not hundreds more hours of gameplay possible just by kind of redoing that end game, which didn't land in the right way, I think, first time. You play for playing sake at this point of the end game rather than anything else. So I'm looking forward to seeing the changes because they do look very promising as far as I'm concerned. Is the new faction in already? There is no new faction just yet. Might be best to transfer today, will be rather hectic, I presume tomorrow. Ultimately, if you don't play until tomorrow after the restart, you will have the 28-day returning pack. If you log in today and do your transfer, you won't. That's a personal choice. You're out of silicon. Oh no, Mr. Gregors, that's not great. New faction might be the expansion when the PS5 version comes out. I think maybe ultimately this patch is about rebuilding the end game. Sherpa, if you need spice residue, I can trade you some spice residue for some silicon blocks if you've got them. I think that the new faction will either be the April update or April-May update when we're meant to get the Water Shippers Mansion DLC. So Chapter 4, the 1 year mark, potentially at Dune. Might be when you see that. But we don't have a date on that. We've not been told to expect it or when to expect it or when it's even, like, potentially possible. So I'm not focusing on the new faction right now more than I am focusing on the Landsrad's getting massively changed into being contracts rather than just a hand in, because it incentivizes hoarding. Contracts just seem to be better. Change to endgame, running the missions and being able to level your skills up and being able to specialize and having, kind of a further form of progress is going to be great. Fill containers. So I'm really looking forward to the new patch, and I'll better talk to you a bit more about it tomorrow morning when we go live before the update is live on all of our servers. I wonder. How much residue do you get for 2,000 silicon blocks? I'll give you 5,000 residue for 2,000 blocks. How about that, Sherpa? Deal? Where can we find a guide for server transfers? Funcom have them available on the news section of their website, I believe. But you will also get a guide when you log into the game. It will tell you the information that you need. 5,000 residue is so little. Given that in half an hour earlier we farmed enough to make 7,000 silicon blocks in maybe half an hour, 5,000 residue to that much silicon is about fair in terms of time taken, Laxter. And we've got quite a lot of, a bit, but I can't do much more than, if I do 5,000, that's still 20% of our supply. We've gotten rid of most of our stuff, but this is so I can get silicon to give to Greg. So it's mostly for Gregors, not for me. The trade isn't about ease, what you feel like doing or not doing. There you go. You don't have to say yes. Okay, got a bunch of plastinium. You got loads of plastinium. Fine. Oh. We've got no plastone. You're on my way to the desert entrance. If you want to really be, I'm not gonna. I'm not. No, Sherpa. That's a stupid question. Yeah, no. You're on your way to deep desert. Yeah, no means no. Just so you're aware. So are you? Oh yeah, on your way. Deal. Okay. Very confusing. You need to learn your Australian. Yeah, nah means nah. Nah, yeah means yeah. I can see why it'd be confusing. Whatever the second word is how that works in Australian. That's a very complicated language, you know. Ye olde Australia. I wonder if we'll ever know what this mysterious fifth slot is for. Does anyone have any idea what they reckon that mysterious fifth slot is for? Thank you, Real Blood. I'll check it out during the stream. Well, during the dev chat. Yeah, yeah means yes, and nah means potassium. Okay. I've Australianed in the past. Of course. What? Do we really not have... You're not an Australian as far as you know you're not an Australian, but the chance is never zero, right? Thruster, tail, cockpit, cabin, wing, engine, generator, chassis. You know what? I'm just gonna make one of these. There you go. Sabu has marked it in our Ask for Help channel on the Dune Discord server. Thank you, Sabu. The fifth slot is for glue consumption. Is that where you keep your glue and that's why it's always empty? Is that what it is? I could believe that. Don't forget the large container has like a vehicle for base backup. No, that is in the guide, I believe. It does tell you very clearly that all vehicles, including this cargo container that we're carrying right now, is not going to be that would not be transferred if you leave it behind. So do not leave that behind. Make sure you read the guide carefully. Don't leave vehicles. Don't leave any items behind that you don't want to lose. It's not a prison pocket. No, it's not. You can't put anything, as far as we know, inside of that location. No, this layout is not working for me. The cosmetics need to be demolished. When you say cosmetics, what do you mean, Cuffle? Give me an item example of a cosmetic that might need to be demolished. I don't understand what you're specifically referring to there. Doesn't. I'm gonna make my own base. I'm not liking this base at all. This layout is awful. Did that spice have a durability bar? Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's just it's just not very durable spice. Your morning coffee is set in, time for bed. That's is that how it goes, Oberon? That makes sense. The manage Sherpa on this list. Sherpa, you'll need to send me a friend invite. Nope, nearly forgot something important. I like how that just gave me a weird friend code rather than actually giving me your name. I'm not selling you faulty spice. I'm selling you spice residue. It's different. Different. You didn't say it couldn't have a durability bar when I started this. You know, that wasn't in the terms and conditions, Sherpa. Just saying. I don't recall anywhere in the offer acceptance me saying that it, you know, it had or didn't have a what's it called? A durability bar. You'll the inner serum. I just believe in, you know, the rules of acquisition. You know, it's about you know, trade and profit, right? That's how it has to go. Deep Desert Middle Band. What am I cutting my spice with? Nothing. I wouldn't cut spice with anything. I might cut the spice residue, but you don't have to worry about that, James Brown. Oh, is that Sherpa? I'm still alive if you'd like. There we go. You should be able to trade in and out of the... Oh, you're going to have to do it the slow way, of course. Come and use this. Sherpa, you should be able to use this. Sherpa? You using this? A lot of stream delay? There shouldn't be. There's no drop frames. Let me go and pay attention. Otherwise, I'm just... No, it doesn't look like a huge amount of stream delay. It's like 7 or 8 seconds. It's not a huge amount. It's pretty normal. Yeah. Are you doing anything, Sherpa? Like, I've given you access. You've got stuff in your ornithopter. Do the transfer. Yeah, 2 seconds. There you go. Almost no delay. What are you waiting for, Sherpa? I'm trying to... Sherpa, you've got 30 seconds to complete the transfer or to get started on it, or I'm just going to leave and you're not going to get any spice residue, because I don't want to be hanging around during a trade. Like, you've got the access you need. Silicon's under the container. What? Why did you put it on the floor? Why are you dropping the silicon? No. I gave you access to a container for a reason, like... You never drop stuff on the ground when you've got a container around. What? I don't even... Yeah, I just don't know why you weren't using the container to which I gave you access. You dropped it on the ground instead. It's just weird. Hello, Capsaholic. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. And even if you were waiting for the silicon, I don't know why you didn't take the spice residue out while you were waiting. So I don't understand what was going on there at all, to be honest. Because you had access to that container the entire time to get the spice residue out, and you were just kind of sitting there watching it. Hello, Grim. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. You dropped the silicon before I gave you access to the container? Before I was even on the map, then, you must have dropped the silicon. Because I didn't move that container. That container spawned in alongside me. So you must have dropped the silicon before... You said so in medium proximity chat. I didn't hear you. I've got music on. I've got the stream on. I wasn't paying attention to proxy chat. If I was even in the game yet. Because if you managed to put it underneath the cargo container, you must have either dropped it on top of the cargo container when it was already spawned, or you must have dropped it there before I got into the map. So again, I don't understand what's going on, what was going on there. Did I drink so much during Arc Rose on Friday to get my hair and eyes? That's just what happens after I sleep, Kawaiikos. Yeah. Yeah, if I sleep, all of that gets regenerated. It's a good British feature. Yeah. That's how that works. Mixoff, yes, the new update comes tomorrow. Then, doing this the wrong way around. Oh, my back. Yep, so there is a big update coming tomorrow, Mivixov. So tomorrow we've got a complete overhaul of the endgame content. We've got new content for Chapter 3. We've got updates, and we've got new paid content, like new DLC content. So if you've got the is it the Legendary version, Ultimate Edition, whatever they call it, that edition will automatically get access to it. What prep am we doing for the update? I'm just gathering silicon for fuel, making sure everyone's got fuel, making sure I've got the gear that I want on me, make sure I know where my base is and all my stuff is stored. All the kind of general bits that we would need for the patch. But right now, we're taking a bunch of silicon over to Mr. Gregles' base so that he can have fuel, so that he can keep his base up. Hello, Demnar, how are you doing? You are quite alright, Zoological, not a problem. Oh, the ads will be here in just a minute. Look after yourselves. Make sure you get some water, stretch your legs, do all those things that you would need to do. Yeah, there is no need for you to log on for a special reason. No special missions or anything like that ahead of time. There's no like special event this time like there was with the guns, because to be honest with you, that was ridiculous. The way that they had those cannons firing 24/7, which was just exhausting. Like if you spent any time in a Haga Basin, you'd just be there like after about 10 minutes of just shell shock, basically, of just hearing those cannons constantly firing. It certainly wasn't that chill. There should have been an option to disable that, I think, somewhere. The cannon event was very World War I trench simulator for sure. Yeah, another round of artillery coming in. It was a good event, sure. It was enjoyable, and I'm kind of glad that it was there. But it certainly didn't need to be quite as prominent. Oh, the ads are here, chat. Hide. Why are you only doing one particular type of ad? Oh no, you are cycling through. It's just very, very slow and on the wrong time, man. Okay. Oh, you were sandwiched by 2 turrets? That's not good. That's, yeah, boom boom for a week straight, and yeah, it was certainly a thing. Lost Womprat, thank you for those 7 months, buddy. You are a legend. I really hope you're doing well, buddy. It's good to see you. You missed that bit because you quit Publix and hadn't probably started on Tortuga. I don't think you missed a huge amount from that, though. I think, to be fair, I think we got some cosmetics, a couple of things. It was kind of fun, but it wasn't the be-all, end-all. I wouldn't be too upset. Vice generators. Are you not using lube, Greg? I wish that the cosmetic they'd given us was scalable, because like the size of it was so depressing. Greg's base is kind of a maze. The tiny gun. Well, I mean, yeah, it was the little turret, wasn't it? Here we go. Come on, game. Okay. Fine, whatever. Take my... Do that. This is indeed Greg's base, yes. The Mr. Greggles base. Then we can climb. Do you know roughly when we would have access to the new server/password? Yeah, I can just give it to you now, I guess. It's not a problem. I didn't know you wanted it now. this. Okay. Actually, grab some of this while I'm up here. You sent Kimi's one to Rube already? I've sent you across the password, Jojo. I could change the password, but that's what it used to be, and I don't want to kick the old people off of it. So it's an in-joke that won't make much sense to you and your community, but it would to the community that was originally there. I just don't want to change the password for them in case they are planning on coming back right now until I've had a conversation with them, and I can't have a conversation with someone while they're live. It's not fair on them, really. Asking what their commitments are for streaming, etc. I'm not sure they'll know either. Gonna keep building the open processing in Deep Desert so people need it. Also, races are gonna come back soon. I'm looking forward to it, One Brat. I'll be signing on to take a look at them. Did you say it was a fairly quiet server though? Joy, I said that it was a server that belonged to another community, and they weren't currently playing. Yes, did. Did that earlier. But I don't know, like with our servers, if anyone is coming back to them for the update. So while I can tell you it's quiet now, like most of the servers, I can't promise what it'll be like after the update. I can't, I'm not gonna lie to anyone and tell you that I know who's coming back when I don't, because I don't. I can't make any promises that it will still be quiet, that any of the servers will still be quiet, or the Deep Desert will still be quiet, because I cannot read minds. So yes, it's quiet now, but tomorrow is the update. I don't know if anyone's coming back. It's information that I don't have, and I don't think I could have until I know how the update lands. Now, if you get told off, you know about it. Trust me. If you feel that if you feel like you've been told off by wait until you actually get told off. That's very different. Very rare that I tell someone off, but I do. Realistically, from what you described, no one is that insane to have built, I think, where you have built on our servers. So I think you should be good. I don't think I've seen anyone have a base in the location that I marked earlier on any of the servers, to be honest with you. It's a bit like Greg's base. That's a whole thing, like, wild. Yeah, and Sindri, I've been very vocal that I think Greg is insane, so, you know, that's fine. Oh, that wasn't one. Over there. The maze is updated. Good. I don't care. I gave you the feedback so that you would improve it. Why would I not give you feedback and keep the maze easy? I don't know. I'm gonna make the maze harder with my feedback. That's the goal. I did the maze, and now the maze is more difficult. So be it. Why should I not have told you? I'm confused, Womp Rat. What did you expect? What do you think I expect you to do with the feedback? It was a little bit too easy. Although now I'm guessing there's going to be a right-hand bias, which will be hilarious. The maze is great fun. You got lost for an hour when you were updating it? That sounds about right, yeah. You counted? Nice. Nice. Okay. Whenever any human makes a maze, there will always be a level of bias to it. So, it's not unexpected, don't worry. I'm not saying that it's unreasonable. It's a shit maze because it's got a slight level of bias in it. All mazes have bias in them. Left over. I'm not sure Joy's really signing up for anything specifically. There's just always going to be a level of trouble around, which is fine. I'm sure Joy and Joy's community have realized by now that I'm fine with trouble as well. I'm just as much of a gremlin as anyone else, you know. Kind of an easy maze now. Well, exactly, you don't want an easy maze. If you're going to bother doing a maze, you want it to be a challenge, right? You stock up on Muad'Dib? Possibly, yeah. Might not be a bad idea just to have plenty of Muad'Dib, you know? You never know if you're going to need melange spice food. You have a few of them, so I'm still collecting. Blah, 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 blah. Muad'Dib found in refiners. Yeah, that's it's a rare drop inside the refiner, right, Sabu? Yeah, you get a Muad'Dib inside the refinery. I'm just not. Can't do it while streaming. What do you want? What do you want with that little... What do you want?
My familiar stranger returns. I'm having a prescient vision. I see our client lost a loved one.
We can do a quick bounty. Right one's out, bro. Sentinel City is underneath the giant Godzilla rock, so you love those flares. So do I. I wish that we had those flares that could be fired from the some of the like the survey probe launcher. Oh god, that spelling was bad. But I hope you understood what I was asking you to write, because I can't open the image, write a few letters, open the image, write a few letters, open the image, write a few letters several times while I'm streaming. It doesn't work. I need you to do that for me, Charon. Why I said please write out the ID. Ghoul, can I tell before she turns feral? No, they're good. They're good. They give us Solaris and missions. Come on. Oh, that sucks. Flame shouldn't have ticked up like that. Okay, fine. Have they changed how flame works? Anyone know? No, it's still... Okay, so no, it doesn't flame. It wasn't the flame changing. It was just a bit of a weird moment with it. It shouldn't have hit me when I was flying with it. Flames are hot. Hi, first time I've been looking at this game for a long while. Well, welcome on in, Sire Slayer. Dune is in a pretty good state as it is, but tomorrow a big patch comes out where there is a huge amount more stuff being added to the game in terms of the end game. So the end game is being overhauled to make it a bit more fun, a bit more enjoyable, a bit more repeatable. Currently, you kind of hit a peak at the end game and you kind of fall off the content because you've done everything that you want to do and need to do. So it's kind of a good time to be getting back into the game today, so that as you approach the end game of, well, you know, you're not going to hit the end game before tomorrow, which is when we get the updated end game. So you've got time to play through the game and then still enjoy it and get to that end game before the launch. Very cool. Exactly. I mean, if you're a Dune fan, there's quite a lot of kind of good Dune-related lore and story in this. It's a solid game, like, and it's, you know, it's a good survival crafter. If you enjoy the games of this kind, I don't see why you wouldn't enjoy Dune, to be honest with you. We'll take all of this loot. Oh, it'll be the boss. Okay. Kind of feel bad when I just rock up in these areas and just like kill them all so easily, but at the same time, sucks to suck, I guess, for them. The story quests are nice too. I would agree. Yeah, I think that the game overall just very, very solid game. I think there's bits that could have been improved and bits that could still be improved, but that's what they're doing. They're literally working on those things as part of this patch. How much health did you want to have? Jeez. Okay, two enemies, one stab. I'm fine with that. Not really how rapiers tend to work, but hey, AoE rapier damage, right? Hello. Flames have been increased, I think. Hello. Unlucky. Hopefully they figured out how to avoid real estate crunch with server transfers. There's no tax making people free to make massive structures. At the end of the day, you're still limited by the structure size that you make is still limited by the number of fief expansion units you can put on. So you can't just make a sprawling map-wide structure. But yes, you know, it's now easier to make larger structures, but there's also fewer players in most of the areas, like kind of you know, monopolizing that space. So it should be a fairly reasonable balancing act, but I'm sure that they will take action if there is anything there, Skathak. Thor is hiding something from me? Oh, okay. What's Thor hiding from me? Is it bread? Because, fair. I'm not switching over to his stream to look at what it is that he's hiding from me. I don't have that capacity right now. Come on. Do you want to lock onto the enemy correctly? Okay, he just isn't locking on. Fine. He sleeps less than he should? Oh, okay, well, if Thor wants to fuck his own life up by not sleeping, I'm not going to stop him. Like, you guys... Same with any of you. If you don't sleep, I'll tell you off for it, but I'm not going to, like, come into your house and, and actually make you sleep. That's not what I do. I think you guys assume that I care a lot more than I do. I've told Thor to sleep. If he chooses not to, that's on him. And if he fucks up on something because of that, that's again on him. Like that, there's a reason why humans need sleep. You either get sick or you will make mistakes when you're too tired. And if you're doing that, it will be a problem. Don't fail to look after yourself. It's not that deep. Sleepy soldiers are easier to fight than rested ones? I mean, yes, there is that. Unless they're using, you know, marching pills. Like the Germans did. Like forced march pills. As far as I understand it, forced march pills... Oh, wait, why is my camera not on again? What is going on? Does it keep crashing? No, I've pressed the button after the ad each time, though. It's the problem. When I come back to this computer, I always press it. Unless I didn't turn it off when I left the computer and turned it off. You have a sand crawler stuck inside a rock pillar inside your base. Secret Funcom went nowhere. I hope the new tool will help. You can add it from storage box, but you can't see it. That's so weird. No, I'm not gonna. If you haven't slept enough, Kawaikos, I'm not gonna come over to your house and tuck you in. No, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna be a thing. You're not gonna lure me to your property like that. That's otherwise what you would find is that people would stop sleeping. I would approach the location to have words, and they would try and capture me, and I'm not having that. I'm not a Pokemon. You can't do that. That's not how it works. I know that streaming is confusing for some people, but it's not Pokemon. The long flight but fun beaches? I mean, I could have just gone off the map and flown back in, but... I don't know how we don't have any plastone. That's a surprise, to be honest with you. Stop throwing Pokeballs at me, bro. I'm having some problems. I'm not sure what's going on. For some reason, escape wouldn't work to exit that box. You didn't hear what Sabu said to me this morning in VC? Why can't you be normal? Response was your meds haven't kicked in yet. I mean, that sounds like a fair response, to be honest with you. I'm not really sure what that person was expecting you to answer with, but that's a whole thing.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
This doesn't work either. I don't like this. No, Luther, never mind. Close in Discord. Anyone trying to get hold of me during Discord, I've just closed it. You're not going to get hold of me today now. I'm done with it. I'm not answering any more messages. People need to stop messaging me while I'm live with stupid questions and stupid recommendations. Not reasonable. Where is... Right, that can all go in here. Broken apart, broken apart, broken apart. Small vehicle fuel cell. That can either go in the bin or get dismantled. I'm not carrying that around with me everywhere. Ridiculous. We need an elevator, maybe a pad that uses Holtzman fields to ascend and descend. Yeah, it would be quite cool. There is teleportation and hovering tech inside of Dune pretty much everywhere. So like it shouldn't be that out of the blue to try and do these things. You thought there was no such thing as a stupid question? No, I've never said that. There are plenty of stupid questions. Didn't they say there are new building pieces with the update? There are indeed, yes, there are new building pieces with the update. We will likely find out more about that today. If you want to know what the final straw was, I said somebody, please do X, and they said, hey, I know that this is a problem. Do you want me to do A, B, and C? And I'm like, no, I've already asked you to do X. It's not that deep. I'm not writing out another paragraph of what I've just told you to do. and then have you not read it and ask me 3 completely separate options I didn't ask for. It's really that simple. There's no point in me spending time writing out a detailed guidance for someone on something if they're not going to listen to it. So I'm just done with it. I'm just done with answering that communication. I'm just done. They can literally reread the last thing I wrote and they'll have the answer to their questions, and they didn't need to ask what they asked. Didn't I beat this game already? Nope. There's a huge amount more coming tomorrow. I don't hate waffles, I hate French toast. Different. Clearly I hate French toast. That's what it is. I'm actually on the anti-French toast league. Yeah. Yeah, the League of French Toast Dislikers. What is stuffed French toast? What? I'm of course it's part of an ongoing meme. If someone's like, oh, I like pancakes, I like waffles, that automatically means that both people hate French toast, right? What? We had way more food than that before. French taco, what? Never needed me to, yeah. I guess it is detach as an option, it's just kind of a weird option. Flapjacks are very, very good. Because not only are they sweet and delicious, they also are a very good source of fiber. And everyone knows that fiber is a good thing. Vehicle storage? Yeah, okay, fine. Flapjacks are great. Make a smile. Fiber is just swelling waste material you eat. I mean, it helps the body out, so I'm kind of okay with that. Ooh, dash protect. It's just not the same as the 1.5 liter still suit. Like, this is why I love the still suit. The catch pocket size of 1500 is just too good. So much water storage, so much water. Oh. Made in here? It is. Oh. I'm gonna have nowhere near enough. Oh, where does this output to? Beyond. There's the max queue limit of 1,000. Is only 1,000 per the thing that you're doing, yeah. Egress. Okay. The armored suit is fun. The armored suit is pretty good. I'll give you that. You need plastone blocks? I need to do some stuff, Book. But I don't know how much I'm actually going to need. or even if I really want them, it was more so that we had some. But now I just don't know if I can be bothered to make a whole base and put a bunch of storage in and actually start from scratch and make my own base, because like this one's already here and it's serviceable. It's just there are problems with it. I should decide what I actually want to do base wise. Anyone know if we need to be max level to start the specializations, or just rank 5 in a faction to gain the quest for the XP for them? I would be very, 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 very shocked if it was tied to level 200 at any point. Why would anyone do that? It's going to be rank 5. 200 is an absolute bitch of a level to get to, so it's not going to be max level. It's going to be your rank with your, what's it called? Your Landsrad faction, your noble house. It's not the level. Level 200 would be insane. To make people get to level 200 before they unlocked the end game would make me quit the game. I'm going to be honest with you. And chapter 2 complete. That shouldn't take too long. Chapter 2 is a reasonably short set of missions. You wonder if they tweaked the original story from chapter 1 and 2 to align with the new chapter 3. Why? What tweaks do you think they need, Lycos? If you think there's a tweak is needed, what tweaks are needed to align with chapter 3? Craft a mount, 825. Orben's is rank 5 and either Paita or Thufig gives you the quest to open the new Landsrad. Is the camera slightly different today? No. What's different about the camera, Luke? Crash out with these being in the middle of the room. You seem close to normal, or is it more moved in? I've not changed any of the camera settings in OBS at any point for weeks. I don't do that. I don't play around with it. Why? Playing around with OBS is literally a surefire way to fuck something up, so I only do it when I don't need to. Bailey moved it? Again, I'd be very surprised if Bailey moved it, because he can't. Same camera as normal. Nothing's changed on that one. It is you. You're indeed imagining it. Unlucky. Did I dismantle the wrong one? The answer is yes, I did. Oh, the generator from the Thopter of the Rocks. What a joyous item. No, I did. I dismantled the wrong box. I meant to dismantle the small rather than 2, and I dismantled 2. You've definitely never done that. I've definitely never dismantled the wrong piece of storage. No, never. I would never do such a thing. Dismantle the wrong support and watch the entire base crumble? That's not something you want to do. The set? Last stone? No. Last stone. Right. Right, we're gonna go grab some stuff from Haga. Not Haga, from Arakeen. What am I most excited for about the update tomorrow? The complete overhaul to the end game. Avalanche. So the complete overhaul to the end game, giving us a lot more content that we can run, we can do, an actual reason to keep running and use Spice after you've got the gear that you want, so you can actually kind of make your skills more fitting to the character and your gameplay style than like just the generic one. That's what I'm excited for. I'm excited for basically overhauling how one interacts with the end game. Yeah. The base is indeed reasonably sizable, yes. It's the full size it can be. Good morning, Chiefer. How are you, buddy? Good to see you. Brr. Switch servers and sold a lasgun for 30 million Solari. Well, I'm glad you switched servers. I'm guessing that you didn't switch to our server, Chiefer. You had a base crumble. Horrible day seeing myself in little black Oh, I mean, it's awful, isn't it? Yeah. Gerald Bloom, yeah. You move one like kind of structural support and the whole thing collapses and you're just like, didn't think that was an option because I'm on public. You can switch from public to private servers. That is a thing. You just can't go back to public servers once you've been on a private server. Which is confusing to me because the only private servers they allow are ones hosted through somewhere like Nitrado, G Portal, or X Realm. So there shouldn't really be a huge amount of difference other than some kind of unfairness or unbalance potentially on people who might have had to pay tax or might have had sandstorms if people have done that on their worlds. But there's no hacking ability. One can't have access to the actual core file, so it's not like someone can hack a private server and then upload back onto a public one. That's not a thing. People can't run their own local servers, so I don't know why the server transfers go that way around, but I might ask that today.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw?
I have a feeling like I deposited one item I didn't mean to deposit. Yeah, I did. It's something I can certainly relay, but ultimately, if they've made a company-wide decision on that basis and they say, well, that's what we decided, that will be the answer by itself. The ads are here, chat. Make sure that you are getting yourself a glass of water. Make sure you stretch your legs. Make sure you go and pet a cat. Take your meds. Take that laundry out of the laundry basket. We will be right back. Good luck with your new job, Chiefer. Go on, microphone. Welcome back after the ads, everybody. Thank you for sticking with. So it's very kind of you. I think that, you know, self-care is one of those things as a streamer, like, I can sit here and play 10 hours a day. Like, it's not impossible for me to do that. But, like, if I don't look after myself, that's not possible. I can't stream the hours I stream if I don't get up and look after myself. And my physiotherapist is somewhat scary. After my spine surgery, I have to get reasonably regular physio. I feel like my physio would probably cut me if I didn't do my exercises. So I might as well encourage others to, you know, look after themselves while I do it, right? And why is it that every time you turn up the ad stream, the Thor is more cursed? It's because I haven't found a diminishing return yet. There's no diminishing return on curseness, is what I've found from a few months worth of practice and kind of testing now, is that there is no point when it's too cursed. Interesting. More curse needed. That sounds like a request for more curseness. Okay. We'll see what happens. Well, it's when the inspiration takes us, we end up creating something suitably cursed. You know, you understand. Oh yeah, physio is very, very important. Don't, like, after you've had an operation, you'll start feeling better reasonably quickly. You know, well, one would hope you start feeling better reasonably quickly after an operation, but like, you won't feel better long term if you don't do the physio that you need to do to keep your body strong. Way more curse needed. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. Like I said, you guys have to, you know, you guys have to accept that, like, this is just what Nellis and I do when we're messing around. Like, we don't design them to be cursed. I don't sit here and think, this would be really cursed, let's do that. No, I get an idea, think, this would be really funny, and do it. So it doesn't, you don't seem to, you can't just demand more cursed. That doesn't work. You have to inspire more cursed or create them yourselves. Like, the other thing I would be clear is that Nellis isn't the only person who can do those cursed things. If anyone else creates something that's suitably cursed, I will include it. Nellis didn't create the worm one. As far as I understand it, that worm god emperor was not made by Nellis. It was made by a different member of the community. So if you think that we need more cursed, be the cursedness you want to see in the world, chat. If you want more cursed, ask for more cursed. You need to know where the line is on cursedness. Go and look in the channels, John O'Clock. There isn't a line on cursedness. There's a line on what you can post in Discord in terms of service. So asking what the line is on cursedness is me telling you how cursed I want stuff. That's not how this works again. Yeah, be the cursedness you want to see in the world. Asking me how cursed do you want it shows you don't understand. Because that's not how it works. It's not how cursed you want it. The answer is yes. It's how cursed can you make something. Be the cursedness you wish to see. I believe in you. I think you can do that. Hate the floating lights. Make this ready for tomorrow. 6. Detach. Yeah, all the cursed. Like, there's no. It's not like a where the line is on cursedness. That's not the question, John. That's not how that works. Those look very similar, don't they? More cursed is the answer. The answer is always more cursed. Vehicle storage. Stuff for vehicles. Are you familiar with those Josh and Jace guys over in the UK? If there's specific people called Josh and Jace, then no, but I know a Josh and I know a Jace. Like, they're like YouTubers? The answer is no, then. Very likely the answer is no. I don't have enough time in my life to go through a bunch of YouTubers and Everyone seems to expect streamers and content creators to know each other. I don't have time in my day alongside streaming for 10 hours plus and everything that I arrange on the other side of the community and doing all of Thor stuff and having a personal and private life. I don't get time to watch YouTubers and watch other streamers very often. So if you ask, do I know X YouTuber, the answer is almost certainly going to be no. Nah, if I've heard of them as well, I won't remember. If there's like 200 people in chat, right, and each of you asks, even once a month, have you heard of these people? I'll have heard of them because you've mentioned them, but I can't remember all those names. Who gave me approval to have a private life? The cat. Because that's basically where my private life goes. It was in my yeah, exact. Well, even then, I don't watch reels and short content. Okay, it's an invisible window. I wonder whose base this is. Not exactly a lot in it. If the military wants you to have a family, they would have issued with one. That sounds about right, yeah. I like the stair layout. It reminds me of Luther's stair layout before, but I'm wondering if this is a Luther base. It's laid out like a Luther base. Unless I'm the Saints. Recycle it for Plasto. It's not my base. I'm not going to recycle someone else's base. It's not fair of me, is it? People, what if they return tomorrow, Chorus? I also don't have access to it. This uses up this very, very quickly. We are community and community is about sharing. Yeah, sure. Community is about sharing, but community isn't really about one of the. It isn't really about letting other people dismantle your base while you're AFK. That's not really what I imagine community is about. But what do I know, right? Is there any sandstorms? We get sandstorms. Yeah, they're about what you should be getting sandstorms about once an hour. We just don't spend a lot of time on this map, so it's rare that we see them. I don't know if they are once an hour, if they're a bit more random than that. It depends on which area you're in, but there are certain areas that are more or less prone to sandstorms than others. That's a thing. There's a massive sky base on the server where you are, but it's sad it's rotting away and the console's in the center, but the last thing to go. That's a shame. Yeah. I still believe that if your base is out of power, under the principles of the Dune universe, I don't know why you can't access the chests and containers. I know it's, you know, a design to stop people from, like, griefing, etc., but realistically, Dune as a concept is about not allowing waste. You know, the whole thing is you don't waste water. You take advantage of, like, what was there before in terms of resources. Not you let it degrade into the sand forever. I still don't really like how when the power runs out on a base and it degrades, you can't do anything with that. You just have to kind of watch it degrade. It feels wrong to me. You know, Dune and the Fremen, the whole point is not to waste resources, not to waste water, not to waste what people have done before. watching it all just dismantle itself kind of feels sad. Hello, Waffle. How are you, bud? Good to see you. Can't wait to see what the new content will be like. You'll be basically running for 6 months and wait for the new update. When was the last new update? 5 months ago? 6 months ago? Gosh. It can't have been 6 months. No, I've only been streaming for 9. Has it really been 6 months? Is your streamer, is the picture zoomed in? What do you mean by picture zoomed in? This is just the view. Beginning of September. Okay, so 4 months. Yeah, 4 months since the update. It's painful to watch Platinum containers waste away. Yeah, all of their loot just gone. It's not... It doesn't meet with the world and the lore of Dune to be allowing this stuff to waste away the way it does. I fundamentally don't like it. And I did give that feedback to the devs when I saw them in San Diego, because, like... It's very disconcerting and disheartening almost to see your friend's base that you don't have access to just wasting away. You know, they aren't coming back to the game, and then they won't come back to the game because they've lost all their stuff. But if you'd been able to take that stuff, you would have been able to, like, look after it for them and potentially give it to them if they'd chosen to return. It kind of feels bad that you can't do that. Webcam bigger and you can't see the HP bar. Well, the webcam shouldn't be any bigger. I've not changed the webcam size at any point. I might have slightly angled the webcam, but that's where it normally is size-wise. HP bar is because I'm on an ultra-wide, so HP bar is over here. Because the ultra-wide support for some reason isn't working. There you go. You can have this view for a while. How about that? As a solo player, you want to be able to guard my loot in case you come out. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. That's quite ultra. It's a Samsung 49-inch ultra wide I got at Christmas as my Christmas present to myself. It was £550, so it was not cheap, but it is very nice, and it's remarkably useful in games where it's not full screen, because what I can do is I can have, obviously, the game in the middle sits here, so I get head-on view. I can also put, for example, chat down one side, or I can put OBS, for example, here. I can put, you know, like, I can put a browser window over on this side, or I can put Discord here. It's actually quite convenient. What am I going to do about my water? What do you mean about my water? You mean this water? Just $5.50? Yeah, it was on offer. It was on the sales for Christmas. Had it not been on such a discounted deal, I wouldn't have gotten it. Oh, hydrate? Okay, let me hydrate. Hang on. You've had good luck with your Pixio monitor. Okay, I've heard some good things about Pixio. Actually, I think I had an email from them. They were going to give me a free screen. I need to find out what happened about that. It's due to OBS settings. You need to change the output. No, John O'Clock, I do not need to do that. Don't tell me how to do my OBS settings, please, bud, because I do not want to display the entire screen. I've on purpose chosen to not display the entire screen because it looks awful. If you want to know what that looks like, then so be it. But showing the ultra-wide screen view on Twitch means that none of you can see anything. It ends up being really distorted, really wide, really fucked up. Twitch is not set up for the aspect ratio of an ultra-wide. Ultra-wide streaming doesn't work on Twitch, so I show you the center of it. I literally show you the center 2K slice of the screen. Yeah, well, a screen at 49 inches has to be curved slightly, because otherwise the sides of the screen are going to be so far away from you. Center just works better. You guys are still getting the same view now as you would have got when I was on like a normal screen, like a normal just like 16:9 screen. If I tried showing you the ultra wide, I can't do it without restarting the stream, but it does not work well. The equivalent would be if I did this, transform. We go to game, right click. This is what it would look like if I did make it the other way. Not exactly, but it would look like this. This is the view that you would get inside of Twitch, which isn't a good view for any of you. Yeah, see? Yeah, I've played around with this, trust me. I know what I'm doing with my own rig. Some people will get motion sick with that kind of view. Let's make sure this is properly transform, center horizontally. Yeah, it is. Good. Oh, are you getting up and having a big stretch? You are. Big stretch. Yeah. He's a good boy. You need to clean, don't you? You've woken up because you need to clean. Yes. Bailey is having the clean. Speaking of rig, anything new on getting myself that stream PC? I need to check in with Mr. Greggles on that one. He is the person who was handling some of that for me. That said, since I was going to get another streaming PC, RAM prices and everything has gone fucked. Van Ambro, you messed up and logged in yesterday and found out if you wait 2 years, we'd have got a welcome back box. At the end of the day, depends on which server you're logging back into. If you're logging back into our servers, we will still help out people who have missed out on that thing. I do think that that's probably something that could have been communicated slightly better, or they should have some kind of grace period. The people who logged in a week before the release should probably get it as well. Again, that's something I'm going to raise today. I've got a call with the devs with a bunch of other content creators in about an hour and 20 minutes. So I won't be doing a full length stream today as a result. But one of the things I will ask is, what about the people who have come back to the game this week in advance of the patch? Is there a way of them also getting this this delayed login, or the welcome back pack as it's being called? Give everyone the box? I don't think everyone needs the box. I know that I don't need the box. You play official with the boys and come back, you might come to server. Well, Venom Bro, you and they are welcome. If they want to come back but you want to switch off of a public server, our servers are open to any member of my community, any member of the other communities that we've invited. There are a few streamers together. It's just about having having a safe place environment where we can all kind of chill and have fun playing the game together. Because ultimately, some of the behaviors on the public servers have been lacking, shall we say. What would be the welcome backpack? I don't know what's in it yet. I don't know what's in it yet. I can't tell you that. I have it. You see the new Chinese RAM company they're offering for cheap now? It's a loss leader to screw up American companies, standard Chinese practice. I don't know anything about that, so I'm not going to comment on it. But the RAM shortages aren't going anywhere. So anybody offering you cheap RAM, just be a little bit suspicious of it, because RAM can be repackaged, it can be mislabeled. You could be getting DDR3 RAM when you're paying for DDR4. I don't know. I don't know why it might be so cheap, but like, be careful. If something is too cheap to be, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. If you want to help new and returning players to our servers, what would be the best way to do it? Keep an eye out in the Discord server, people asking for help on return. You've never experienced any stuff on official, but you heard there's some kind of toxic behavior. There was a lot of toxicity on some of the public servers. Yeah, it was a pretty rough time for a lot of people. Some people had a really bad experience, unfortunately, which isn't ideal. Sometimes people have rehome RAM that have aggression issues that, oh, fuck's sake, rehome RAMs that have aggression issues that endanger the rest of the flock. Thanks for that, Charles. I appreciate you. You've got spare ECC DDR4 RAM? Exactly. Like, RAM is in a rough state. If there is another company, if there's a company on the market providing cheap RAM, either they've got it sorted ahead of time and they can't maintain that RAM being so cheap, or they're using lower quality of RAM to offset the cost of what they're creating. So just be aware that often if you are getting a cheaper product, you might be getting an inferior one, or one that cannot be sustained for as long as the supplies are. You have some spare RAM in the back of this nondescript white van. Okay, Sindri's going to go around gathering up gamers then, because that'll work. We're also desperate for good RAM now that will do anything for it. It's gotta. Right, what else do I need to do? I should probably get some more bodies. That's probably the next thing to do. We need more people for the hotel. Does it make sense since China still order from SML for their Gen 8 sticks? Like I said, all I know is RAM is hella expensive and not really worth it right now. That's about as far as I would be willing to comment. Not a great time to be paying for an upgrade or to be working through those, to be honest. I think that it's a rough time for a lot of people. That RAM market is not the one. Wait, I can do this differently. Do you want 3 minutes? No, I don't need water. No, we're setting up for tomorrow. I don't need water. Chassis, vacuum, cabin. Is that a buggy PSU? Why is that in there with the carrier parts and such? Weird. Threads, treads, wings, engine, PSU. It's really weird which parts take damage and which parts don't of all of us. Threads, centrifuge, a vacuum. Very, very weird broken carrier pieces, really. It's not even all the bits, it's just the replaceable bits. You built your first PC in October last year. Look, the parts over the weekend was 75% more than you spent. Yeah, that's what's happened to PC parts now. It's not a good time to be building a new PC, ultimately, unfortunately. What does the reprocessing those give you? Jeez, you get what? So a Sandcrawler cabin Mark 6, which is going to use plastinium, etc., a huge amount to make. You get 8 servox and 12 armor plating back. Just to compare what you need to make one of those, getting 12 servox and what was it? What did we just check again? Sorry, it was the Sandcrawler cabin. To make a Sandcrawler cabin, you need plastinium, 54 melange, cobalt, like the recycling still is very frustrating for me in that you don't get the proportion of the materials that you should be getting back. You should get all of these parts at the percentage of what's left. So for example, if you've got a 100% integrity Sandcrawler cabin, realistically, you should get a higher proportion of the parts than just 8 of the, let's see, 8 servox and 12 armor plates. So 12 out of 45 and 8 out of 30. You get none of the melange, none of the plastinium back, and none of the cobalt paste. Why is anyone recycling? Barely worth it. I've got to be honest with you, given that I've got 2,900 armor plating and I've got 7,800 servox, I would just chuck this item on the floor or leave it indefinitely. If they want to disincentivize storing and hoarding in this game, they need to fix recycling. That's another thing I'm going to write. I'm going to start taking some notes. Let's do this. I've also forgotten all of the other things that I was going to bring up and mention to them. We've got emotes on private servers missing. If you remember what I said that I would ask the devs about, feel free to post in chat and remind me, because I have forgotten some of them, and they won't come back to me until I'm in that meeting, but I can take some notes on it ahead of time. I'm having a moment. I've started writing out, and therefore I've automatically forgotten everything that relates to that thought in my head. Missing the canon after last update from some people's accounts. I didn't know that was even a thing, Womprat. Will the meeting be streamed? No, the meeting will not be streamed. It's under NDA. I'm not allowed to stream that. Hi, Bailey. Yeah. Yeah, who's a good boy? Ah, yeah, switching from a private server back to public, yeah. Not switch from private to public. It's a very good question, that one, because ultimately for most games, when you have a private server, you can host it yourself. You can do stuff with it. Dune doesn't let you do that. The whole setup for Dune means that that's not possible. So it has to be provided by Nitrado, it has to be provided by XREM or GPod. So everyone's actually had the same experience on private servers, except for 3 or 4 options. Whether you've got sandstorms in Haga Basin, whether it's PvP in Haga Basin, and whether you have taxes. They're removing taxes entirely, so it's going to be a fair game across the board now. So that factor is removed. Having PvP on in Haga Basin makes it more difficult, so that shouldn't stop someone from coming back across the public servers. Maybe having no sandstorms means they've had to maintain less, but I don't think it's a substantial advantage that can really make a huge difference and would ruin the economy on the public servers. Mostly because the economy on the public servers is already ruined, as far as I know. People are paying 30 million for a lasgun blueprint. As a reminder, we've got 2 million and we are one of the richest players on our server. Hi! Yeah. You want a butt scritch? Of course you want a butt scritch. You love butt scritches. Let me fix the camera again. Cats. You think it's just prevent people from switching there and switching back? Yeah, but my theory there is that people would do that anyway. Like, they'll just do that between public servers. So why are you stopping? What is special about private servers, Alpha, to make private problematic enough that you wouldn't do that? What's the special feature with a private server to make it less secure than a public, than one that they run? So I'm gonna be honest with you, most of the private servers that I've been on, well, at least our private servers at the very least, far better run than the public ones because we can moderate far faster. Hi. Yeah. You a baby boy. You are, right? Yeah, you're rubbing your face on the desk. Yeah. You can adjust on private. What do you mean by adjust? You can use ! server settings and you will see every single setting that I have available as a server owner across all 25 servers. Nope. You can see every single one of them with ! server settings. You cannot edit resource density, you cannot edit drop rates, you can do none of those things. I'll do it for you, because people haven't done it yet. There you go, you can, if you click on that link, you will see precisely every single server option that I have available to me. And if you can tell me that any of those settings will make the game manifestly unfair to travel back from public servers to private servers, I would, from private servers to public servers even, I would really love to know what you think is unfair on that. The only one I can remotely think of is going to end up being the what's it called? The tax rate, but that's now across the board, so that shouldn't be a problem. PvP makes the private servers harder. You haven't upset me, Alpha. Why would you have upset me? What? Content not available in your region? Feels bad that Imgur blocked UK traffic? Yeah, it's frustrating. Maybe to avoid people who toss from private for behavior? Yeah, but by that logic, Salianits, there are people who are banned on public servers who can just move across to private servers, so why is it okay one way? This is what I'm struggling to understand. Why not accept private to public, given the nature of how Funcom does their private servers? Did we post it on the Discord? Post what on the Discord? Don't say it, Alpha, in stream chat. You know that doesn't work. You need to be more descriptive. You're so hyped for tomorrow, Dual Blaze, and we are tax-free. Thank the Golden Lion Throne. We've been tax-free here for a while, Void Goblin TV, because I know that a British person disabling taxes on a server is very confusing, but I turned off taxes on week 3 for all of our servers. They were shit. They didn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly, Scout. I do not understand that. So I think that's why it's a good question to ask when we talk to them today. Nope. The image that you posted about the chat, Alpha, that wouldn't work because the Imgur link doesn't work. If you're not using a VPN, the Imgur link won't work in Discord either. That doesn't. The Imgur link doesn't work for you in like Twitch chat. It won't work for you when you try and embed it on Discord. You'd have to copy the image itself directly. Either way, someone's going to have to do the same thing. It can't be a tech issue? Exactly. So it's... That's what I'm just struggling to understand it. That's why it was one of those things I wanted to ask. It was completely unnecessary. Ultimately, having 2 separate keep up your base mechanics that don't have shared timers. Because power and the taxes were completely separate timers. They don't use the same resources. One uses power cells of some kind, or or lube fuel. One uses Solari. They're basically meaning that you have to spend double the amount of time just to not lose your stuff inside the game, which is why so many people have lost their stuff inside of the game. Especially because, and this is the funnier part, if you don't pay your taxes, the Thief console just gets absolutely nuked, right? So that way somebody can actually come in and loot your base. Ooh, okay. When do new drops start? Playboy Fixer, when I have information about new drops, I will tell you. Again, I expect to get that this afternoon, so I don't have notifications or information for that. You also got no notifications when you weren't in the game? Exactly. What happens if the private server owner decides to leave? If the server is deleted, theoretically all of your player account on that server would be deleted. Which is why, this server is not going down. That's why we're not closing the mushroom servers. I'm just leaving them up running. I'll just maintain this. You would want to be able to, at least I would think, being able to go back from the private servers onto the publics if your private server was being shut down. I think that would be a good thing. We recently started over, we got back in. Our base, which was massive, wasn't fully decayed and was like 80,000 Solari in debt. Oh no, I'm sorry, bud. That's not great. Yeah, I didn't like having 2 separate catch-up mechanics. Where is supposed to be the claim rewards? When you say claim rewards, what do you mean, Kurgan? You mean the welcome back package? Hello, what are you doing? Yeah. Hey. You want attention? What is it? Kurgan, they're not available until after the patch tomorrow. It's in the... You look on the Dune patch notes for their Chapter 3 announcement, it's all in there. All the information you need is in that one. Level 101, base vehicles and resources are all gone. You kind of want to start a new character at the same time, level 101 levels. 101 levels is about approaching the end game, I would say. Now, you can level quite quickly when you know what you're doing. You've obviously done it before, so it'll be okay to catch back up. But ultimately, it's on you to decide whether you want to keep those 100 levels. If you can transfer, why wouldn't you? So you shouldn't log in today? My advice would be don't log in today, correct? Log in tomorrow after the patch. Yeah, exactly as Kyber said. Log in tomorrow after the patch. Don't log in today. If you've been away for more than 28 days, don't log in today. If you've not been away for more than 28 days, then you're not going to get the pack anyway. Log in after the patch tomorrow if you haven't been on for 28 days. Again, I think that's wrong, and I will say to them that that should be a thing. Let's see. Welcome back. Should go to head of the patch. Hi. Do you need me to come and check your food bowl? Is that what it is? Or are you just asking for fuss and attention? Because I never really know with you, little cat. You just open the game. You might not have logged in, Kurgan, and I will ask today about the whole welcome backpack, because a lot of people will have been excited to get back into the game after several months, might have logged in today, and I think that the devs shouldn't punish those people who were excited beforehand. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we can ask, hey, you know, the people who missed out on the welcome backpack because they've logged in early, why are you arbitrarily doing it as of the patch? Why not as of the week before the patch or 7 days ago? Because if someone logs back in now thinking there's a patch coming, they also should get that welcome backpack if they've been gone for 28 days, irrelevant of whether they're logging in now or in 24 hours time. That 24 hours should not be what you penalize players for. But that's what I believe. Average hours over 6 months? I wouldn't do average. I would literally just do it if you logged in the last week before launch and you had been away from the game for 28 days. That's a thing. Don't log in until tomorrow. But that shouldn't be a thing, because people who are logging in today ahead of it are going to get penalized. It should be a Chapter 3 hooray cheers package for everyone. That's an idea. If it was, rather than being a welcome back pack, it should be a Chapter 3 launch package. That would make sense. I would see that. It just, to me, seems like they are unfairly penalizing people who are still who are still interested in the game. Because if you're interested in the game, you've been paying attention, you might have logged in today to get set up for the patch tomorrow, and all of a sudden, because you've been away but you were excited for the game, you're going to have a worse experience. How does that make sense? Who thought of that? Lost Harvest DLC, is it worth it to buy if you're coming back today? Whether or not it's worth buying something is a very interesting and unique proposition. Like, I don't know your specific, like, economic position that you're in. I don't know which country you're in. I don't know how much you've enjoyed the game before. Difficult for me to say on that regard whether it's worth it, but I can say that I really enjoyed Chapter 2, the Lost Harvest DLC. I really enjoyed the new bunkers. I really enjoyed the exposure to thinking machines and some of the lore drop that we got in it. The new armor all looked quite good, but it's not like game breaking. If you don't have Lost Harvest, it's not the end of the world. To send everyone a package the first login the week following the patch? No. The items need to be available tomorrow as soon as people get back into the game. Don't wait a week for the patch to get. Don't wait a week to get that package. That would again wouldn't be right. The people who need those items are going to need them tomorrow as soon as they log in. But it should be people who logged in today as well, not just people who log in after the patch. Some decent content, but it's not mandatory to have them to catch up on. That is how I would position it, yes. It's not laziness, it's I just think it's short-sighted. I don't think they thought through the knock-on effect of everything that's actually going to happen when that happens. Their first login within a week of the patch. Okay, well, even then, no, just leave it available for any player returning after 28 days, no matter whether it's before the patch, after the patch, whatever. If you have been gone for 28 days before this, you should just get this package. But again, I don't know what's in the package. I don't know if it's actually worth doing. So it might just be, you know, an ornithopter and some gear. In which case, you've already got better ornithopters. You've already got better gear. You're arguing about, you know, a few bits of aluminium, etc. Oh, the ads are here, chat. I will be right back. Look after yourself. Get some water. Stretch your legs. Hello. Sorry, it took me a second longer than expected. I was just getting Bailey some chicken. Why is that not working? Okay. Hello, how is it going? One of the reasons you left was lacking a true faction system. You couldn't even tell who is who before PvP. Did they fix that? No, because it doesn't matter which faction you are before PvP. Not really. There are plenty of ways that one can display whether they are Atreides aligned or Harkonnen aligned. But the very nature of this game is that it's designed so that everyone is friendly, everyone is a risk. That's kind of the way you play it. So, for example, if I wanted to portray, you know, being Atreides, I would fly, you know, maybe a full Atreides skin. I would fly all of it. Dune Discord is the one you're looking for. So there are ways to display your faction in advance. On foot, maybe not, but that's why talking to people, if you're going to engage, or if you want to just snapshot PvP, you should. But PvP is irrelevant of your great house more than anything. The whole point of the story on the game is not that you are, you know, you're only fighting for, you know, the Atreides, and that actually you're going out of your way to hunt a Harkonnen. Even the Atreides are against Atreides. Even the Harkonnens are against Harkonnens. There's no universal system in which, like, you should only be targeting the other faction. If there was, I would say, yes, they should have that system that you're talking about. But ultimately, that's not the main focus of what they wanted from the game. It's everyone is hostile or no one is hostile. So, like, you can already display which side you are, which faction you are, just by your, you know, your livery on your ship, by the armor that you wear, by the colors that you fly. But you could also lie about it. That's the whole point, I think. To me, that's the idea. The idea of the deep desert they had wasn't one of, you know, Atreides versus Harkonnens as much as it was player versus player free-for-all. Like, that's the whole point. Because even in this, like, theoretically, while this does give you, you know, Harkonnen or Atreides, you are competing somewhat inside each of your guilds for it. Rules of Arrakis: if you're my Discord, you won't be attacked. If you're a channel above or below, better call out fast. That's a fair way of doing it. You're rank 5 Atreides and run Harkonnen swatches, variants and everything. Well, there you go, Scathak. But that's what I mean. That's an option available for you in the game. So you can choose to do that. It's not going to force you to show your Atreides colors, because the game doesn't force you into Atreides versus Harkonnen. That's not the way that they've wanted to, I guess, do the game as a whole. So I run Harkonnen colors on an Atreides Thopter, because now try working out which side I'm on. Avalanche, that is correct, yes. Currently, although I'm going to ask them today why that's a thing, because it doesn't actually make a huge amount of sense. You're on Bailey's side? Well, that's, you know, Atreides and Harkonnen. You don't like the Harko-Thopter? I agree with you. I also don't like the Harko-Thopter. That's why I run the Atreides skin. And then the Harkonnen colors, because the Harkonnen colors are nice. Black and red's a very kind of good look. Oh. My philosophy is if you don't want to PvP, don't be seen, or just escape. You find the Atreides Assault Tail to be too fat. It's very convenient, the Atreides Assault Tail, because you can use it as a standing platform for sniping and all other kinds of things. I have it specifically because of that fat tail. Autofly, such a nice quality of life feature, man. I really like the autofly. Hello, Vital. How are you doing? Atreides skins, Harko swatches, and a few weapon skins that look neat. There's a few new fun ones coming as well in the update, which I'm looking forward to. Wait, autofly? What button? What wizardry? Oh, look at the wizardry. Right shift by default, I believe. Hello, Blade Punner Bud. How are you doing today, dude? Good to see you. You're a fan of just the basic Chome stuff. Okay, fair enough, Venom Bro. Hello, Creedler. I'm doing very well, thank you, buddy. How are you doing? I look a lot like Elijah of Linus Tech Tips. Thank you? I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Num 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 num. Attack? Okay, I will. Yeah, exclamation point Dune Discord, Carforth. I'm gonna have a go at Twitch at some point. Yeah. Come on, you can come this way. Got you. You'd like to get back into Dune sometime? Well, the good news is, Blade Punner, there's a massive release and update coming tomorrow for the game. Including a rework to parries. I think we get dual blades. There's all kinds of fun stuff. Not parries, a rework to rapiers. Yeah. Oh, heck, indeed, Blade Punner. Yeah, there's a huge amount coming back. That's a surprise for you, isn't it? There should be one more enemy around here somewhere. Hello, anyone? I'm looking for water. Boring. Oh. Any thoughts on let's recycle vehicles for ingots back? You made 20 Mark 6 buggy storages. Oh my god. Well, that's not something I can do. It's not any thoughts on me doing it, but I've already said earlier, my view on the recycling system is that you don't get enough for the modules that you've created, especially if they're at full integrity. My ultimate view should be, if you are recycling an item, you should get exactly the percentage back of it that you've used of it, minus maybe 33%. Not you get fuck all back and you don't get any of the actual valuable resources. That doesn't make sense. So as an example, if I wanted to melt down a sand crawler cockpit, that uses 54 spice melange, it uses plastinium ingots, it uses water, armor plates, it uses servox. If you dismantle it, you get 1/5 of the servox and 1/5 of the armor plates. That is it. You don't get any of the plastinium, any of the spice melange, none of it. To me, that doesn't make sense either. That's just, you're just punishing the players for no reason. That's an arbitrary punishment which doesn't make any sense. Why are you not letting players dismantle their gear for what they've actually put into it, or at least a meaningful part of what they've put into that? You have them listed on the Chome and can't give them away. See, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's not in Dune. It's not in keeping with Dune's lore. Like, everything in Dune is about recycling and reusing those items. Everything is scarce. Everything is valuable, and you compete over resources. So why all of a sudden we just have it? We okay with massive amounts of resource lost? You recycle stuff, but won't hesitate to drop the item because not much of a gain. Well, exactly. Why have recycling as a feature of the game if it's so worthless that people just drop stuff rather than recycling it? What's the point in having that as a game? Something that takes up resources, time, effort, dev work. Why have it if it's not going to be used? So make it worth using. It doesn't. I don't know. To me, it doesn't seem that difficult as a concept to fix the system to make people actually want to use it. You know? You're even okay with adding another machine? No, it should just be you just need to rejig crafting percentages to get back part of the crafting. It's based... I imagine there is some kind of recycling blueprint almost inside the system that tells you if X item is recycled, times it by Y durability, and gives Z resources. It should just be effectively the reverse of a crafting blueprint, to my understanding. So I don't know why you couldn't just rework those values. Okay. Well, if you're getting confused, then I'm just gonna leave you guys to it. You can't put a Marx's buggy into the recycle? Well, not a whole one, no. Yeah, 90%, again, a reasonable amount. It's just about... It's a reasonably arbitrary number, but, like, that's why I'm so shocked that the arbitrary number they've chosen is so low and so poor. In terms of player experience, why would I... To be honest with you, I have recycled more things incorrectly and as a mistake that have led me to wish I didn't have a recycler than I've actually obtained value from the recycling unit. Because the UI on the recycle looks so similar to the repair one. I have recycled things before, especially in early game before I was used to it. I genuinely don't see a point in the recycler. Like, it doesn't add any value. You keep your recycler powered off? Exactly. So, like, who's even using this system that we're meant to be... Yeah, like I said, recycling for me is already on my list of things to ask them about today, because it doesn't make any sense. It's just a poor quality of life choice.
Reveal yourself. Found you. Reveal yourself.
I'm glad to be back. The game itself is very, very good. I very much enjoyed Dune, and I really enjoyed the lore and the universe. There's just some strange design choices, as ever, that I still want to understand why they've done it the way they have. You know. They'll probably have a reason for it. I just don't understand the reason, and therefore I can't communicate to you guys why I think this system that it's kind of... Why did my ping just massively climb? So did yours? Is that across all servers, or is it just... Dot Graffiti, which server are you on? Are you on our server, or are you on a public server? If it's our servers, I'll send a message to Nitrado and let them know, because this can't continue tomorrow. It's not appropriate. The carrier has so much more use now with that storage. Holy crap, exactly. The carrier is now actually usable as like a daily flyer because of this just one container, which makes such a difference. The reason... Okay, yeah, there's a... You might have just seen at the edge of my screen there an enemy tried to sneak up. Okay, I'll send... When I end stream, I'll send a message to Nitrado as well and let them know about that, because that's not right either. New York City Angels. Ping lowered. Nice. So many features that stand out of the games, even the old Funcom games that should be in June day one, but it's getting better. Well, that's exactly it. June is getting better, but I do agree with you. There are several features in here that I just don't really understand, and they have slowly been fixing them. Like, you know, I was very vocal with them that the tax system itself was absolutely ridiculous. To have two base maintenance mechanics in one go, who thought that was a smart move? If you're maintaining a base with power, why on earth would you also need to go and do a separate base maintenance mechanic for upkeeping it as well? It's just silly. It was needless. And I'm glad they're reverting it finally, but it has been 9 months, or, 8 months. Didn't need to be a thing. It should be possible to lock items. You don't. Yeah, again, I completely agree. Locking items so you don't dismantle it would be a great move. Hello. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. So folks, people don't have personal storage boxes, but at least we've got to label them. Well, you can set a storage box to be personal in your own house. Sure. I can't go through that hole in the floor. Input hopper on the recycler, that would be good as well, yeah. Or just a confirmation on, do you want to recycle this, tier 6 item? Like, one more touch. Touch. It is nice that we can now label our storage, yes. Being able to label the storage does make a difference. It's made it a lot easier to kind of walk around bases, know who stuff belongs to what goes where. That was a really nice quality of life change that was really drastically needed. Search. I'm surprised that didn't nearly go through. Custom labeling was a very nice quality of life. Yeah, it really was. It was very much needed and had been asked for a long time. But again, that's the kind of thing that I would have actually expected to have on day one. I'll be honest with you, like that's a day one feature that shouldn't have been missed. Being able to label storage is kind of quite basic. I don't know how that wasn't caught by the beta testers or by the alpha testers. They didn't think, maybe it would be nice if we could label our storage. It was so easy to accidentally swap Thopters. Yep. Yeah, when they all looked the same. Yeah, Luther and I swapped Thopters a couple of times. That was a thing. Are the sardine cans long? I don't know what you mean, Taffy. Don't use sardine cans. That's not something that's... if you're going to ask me a question, ask me what you're actually asking me. Don't use a colloquialism that I don't understand. Sardine cans? What do you mean? The Sardaukar aren't in the game. What are you talking about? You don't encounter the Sardaukar in game. Storage box with a blank circuit, stuff doesn't get added from taking it. What about flying worms? Flying worms aren't in the game anymore. Who comes down from the ship tonight? Those are Chome mercenaries. They're basically bounty hunters designed to collect you. Those are Chome ships. Oh, okay, yeah, they're Chome ships. They're not Sardaukar. If they were Sardaukar, they would feed us our entire lunch. The Sardaukar are the Emperor's elite troops. Like, one does not fuck with Sardaukar. Like, it'd be like fighting like Gurney Halleck. I'd rather not. I'd rather avoid fighting anyone like that. Like, blah. No, those are Chome. They're like mercenary bounty hunters more than anything. They don't behave, dress, act, or fight like Sardaukar. And if they were Sardaukar, that would be disappointing because I was hoping that Sardaukar would be something that we see later on the line. Have I seen IRL ornithopters? Do you mean Dune ones? Do you mean what do you mean? Buddy Commander Space Marines? Yeah, basically. They're well. Space Marines, they didn't have all of the armor. They weren't, you know, massively like bulked out, etc. That would be you know, a thing. Real life. Oh yeah, people make all kinds of planes that flap their wings. Yeah, that's a thing. Like there's competitions and stuff for people that make them. I thought you meant like an actual IRL version of a Dune one. I was like, cool, no. Hi, what's chicken? And now you've run out of chicken? Is this not like it could fly? We don't take they could flap fast enough without tearing itself apart. Yeah, well, exactly. That's why I was confused. Hi, yeah, you're a baby. Yeah. The calling system on top doesn't have to handle them. See, that's the point. We don't have something that can do the flapping of the wings fast enough with enough force to actually lift the ornithopter, I don't believe. My understanding, anyway. Go here, and we'll see if we can cues. Okay, we can now make a bunch of plastone if it's needed. That's good. Let's go and refill our water tanks. Fuck's sake, that didn't work, did it? The lube necessary doesn't exist. It would have to be some kind of very advanced cooling system. I don't believe that there is anything that we currently have material science-wise that can cope with the stress that an ornithopter would require. It's you know, fictional hand wavium ahead of Dune stuff. It is in the future. You have to remember that like, Dune is not set in, you know, the present or anything. Hi Bailey, what are you doing? I'm just sitting there being a chill little cat. Yeah, hi. You're such a good cat. Such a lovely kitten, aren't you? See, Bailey is happy that we were gathering up neighbors. Beyond understanding, well, it's beyond current material science. Is how I would say. That's how I would see it. Like it's, you know, it's about what's workable long term. Yeah. Hello, little guy. You what's that? Chat smells? Oh, that's not a very nice thing for you to say. You wanting to come back up? Is that what it is? Bailey's being very rude about all of you. Hi, little guy. You want some fuss? You want some fuss?
Yeah. Look at him. He's such a baby chap. You're gonna go take a shout out from the team. I appreciate that, Caraday. That's good of you. It's very kind. Bailey will be very appreciative of that fact. Right, I have that meeting with the devs soon. I've got a pre-meeting in 10 minutes, so I need to go and get ready. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna unfortunately raid us out of here, chat. So we are gonna raid someone who you likely know, somebody who will be joining us for Dune soon. They are currently choosing between Monster Hunter and Path of Exile and what to play next on their stream, so that's what they will be doing. I will be live again tomorrow, slightly late tomorrow, but the update isn't live until 1 p.m. my time, so where I normally start at 10 a.m. my time, 10:30 a.m. I will put some information in Dune Discord if there's stuff I can share with you. If not, I will be talking... No, I'm not going to go live again after the meeting. It's going to be like an hour long. I've got another meeting at 7 o'clock, so I'd have an hour between meetings. So I've got stuff that needs to get done this evening, unfortunately. But I will be here tomorrow for the stream. There'll likely be quite a late stream because, you know, it's new content. I'll just keep going until I get tired. So that's the plan. But we are now going to... We're going to raid out to Pirate Software, who some of you may know. And here is the raid message. Here we go. This is the raid message. This is the raid message. The worm calls because the worm is calling for Thor. The worm is going to eat Thor. We are going to feed Thor to the worm. See you all tomorrow. In the meantime, you can catch us on the Exclamation Point Dune Discord if you want to join our servers, or you can join us here tomorrow at the normal time. Really appreciate you all being here today. Really appreciate everyone over on YouTube. Thank you so much for being here. And enjoy the raid. Make sure that you spam the worm calls. We want to make sure that Thor already knows that the worm is coming for him. You know, we want to fill him with the fear. I'll catch you all later. Thank you so much for being here today, and have a lovely Monday. Take it easy, and I will see you soon. Bye bye.